на английски. Затворили сме вратата. Welcome to everybody. I would like to suggest those that have not occupied their seats to try to occupy them, because we are going to begin. Welcome to everybody to Agriventures Connect. This is an event that has the mission to connect people. I'm going to be your moderator for today. I will stay with you for the whole day long. Agriventure is an organization that connects entrepreneurs, agricultural producers, the business. Today, this event has prepared very interesting panels that will touch upon topics related to the future development of agriculture. Agriventure creates space in which these contacts provide opportunity for generation of ideas. Last week, while talking to an agricultural producer and telling him how important it is to have a very strong ecosystem in Bulgaria, he responded, we want to have a good yield rate, we need to have a high level of competitiveness. So where there are problems in the sector, they can be resolved through the provision of new provisions, new technologies, new scientific developments. When we could generate in Bulgaria such things, we could be proud of that. Today, we have the pleasure to open this meeting with a speech delivered by Mr. Boyko Takov, who is the Executive Director of the Executive Agency for Promotion of Small and Medium Enterprises. There are institutions, but when the people have visions, they are having an ambition to talk to the business persons, then we could say that we are on the right track. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Boyko Takov. Нищо не чуваме. Maria, thank you for your introduction, for the good words. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear organizers, it is an honor and pleasure for me to open this forum on behalf of our agency, on behalf of our ministry. Without a doubt, the agri-food sector is of extreme importance, of national importance, I may say. And it determines the structure of our economy. It is related to the provision of food all over the world. This is a very important issue for our survival. So we are working on this theme, this topic. We are observing the dynamics in this sector all over the world, and the companies should be adaptive. This was mentioned by Maria in the very beginning. We need to have ecosystem and we need to be flexible. The farmers are not just producers. They need to manage their own ecosystem, and they have to take to use the artificial intelligence, the technologies, the new equipment, and this would lead to a higher yield rates, to a higher productivity. We are working mainly in the sphere of the so-called soft measures, those soft measures that are helping the companies to acquire a higher level of skills, to enter new markets with their products. And they go hand in hand with the investment measures, with the grants, with the subsidies. But you have to agree with that. the growth, the efficiency is not originating from the money as money. They have to be used in the right manner. Only then we can attain the efficiency level that we are planning on attending. I have just come back from Kyustendil. That's why I have come with a short delay. We were talking to the business people from the textile sector, and yes, many producers in the textile sector are suffering from the competitive prices in other regions in the world. But the optimization and the increasing of the capacity could make a difference and could make them stay and be competitive. So it is a pleasure for me, once again, I'm reiterating this, to attend this forum. I will not be able to stay until the end, but looking at the agenda for the forum, I can say that the panels, the speakers within the framework of each panel are very interesting. They are going to provide new and important information. And this is the pathway, this is the road to be followed. We will, as an agency, we will be supporting each initiative related to future development in this sector. Even I can say that there is an application for CIAO. The biggest exhibitions are going to take place. Do follow our initiatives that we are providing information about. We are having very good cooperation with the World Bank. We will be having advisory services provided in this connection. And we can help you in this manner. We can provide, you can be provided such type of assistance. We have shown this on the basis of a project related to digitalization. Have hands-on experience that can provide important lessons, knowledge, and this is in line with the idea behind this forum today. Thus, we can help people get together, connect with each other, and we have to pool our efforts so that we can enter the international markets with our products. We can improve the development of our region, of Europe. Thank you. I would like to wish you success. Now, we continue further. I would like once again to extend my gratitude to you. Technologists and entrepreneurs, they have their role to play. We see many countries that are putting much effort into that. I would like to give the floor to a person that is quite experienced with regard to big project management, and because of this person, we are participating in large European initiatives. I have the pleasure to invite Dilyana Kutsarova to tell you more about that. Welcome. Welcome to everybody. I'm so happy that I can see this hall full of people. This is different issues. We have processors, farmers, etc. Our activities are different, and on the first place, we want to set up a community from people that have different good ideas. We are developing a testing program so that startups can test their solutions in a real world environment. We also provide networking opportunities so that exchange of ideas could take place. Starting this year, we have initiated the implementation of a tool which is providing an opportunity for assessment of the farms. This tool is very useful, and there is a printed material in your bags providing details related to this tool. This year, we have initiated the awards, the Agriventures Awards. They will be provided within the Green Transition Forum that will take place on the 4th of July 2026. The awards will be provided to innovative producers and agricultural farmers. Again, there will be more information provided and a deadline is specified. We would like to invite you to take part in this initiative. The major activity during the last year was related to the setting up of a platform. We gather information related to funding issues under European programs and also from provided by private institutions and different other programs. Our platforms provides an opportunity to have a quick search of all relevant information in different spheres like carbon farming, digitalization, novel food. We have initiated in the beginning of this year several initiatives. One of these initiatives is titled Circular Voices, and they are part of the global alliance in the agro-food sector. The members are prestigious organizations. If you are interested in that and if you want to implement circular models in the agricultural farms, you may become a part of this project. Also, starting last month, we have become part of Agro.bg Rise, which is aimed at the provision of services to small farms, to small and medium enterprises. These services provided are free of charge. We will organize several missions and we will be talking about innovative ecosystems in Europe, and this will take place 2026-2027. As Maria has mentioned, we are a part of the European Food Partnership. If you want to be informed what we are doing as an organization in which subfields, I would like to invite you to follow us in the relevant social medias and not only. Now I would like to give the floor to Maria.
Thank you, Deliana. Can you hear us well? Okay. I'm sure that the awards will be a very good opportunity, and I hope that they will invite us in the panel. Application is open. Everyone who has something to say will get information that is very useful. I continue now with our next lecturer, but before that I'd like to share that we live in a time in which you have access to innovation, but times are uncertain. Yet we have AI, we have many options of funding, and many uncertainties in terms of geopolitics. Back in time when there was no AI and when commercialization was not well known. A Bulgarian company was set up then. It's not only Bulgarian. Now it covers several continents. It covers not only Bulgarian agricultural produce, but also global one. So it has transformed company production as it has developed. I have the pleasure to introduce Kaloyan Kumanufo, one of the co-founders of NIC Group. I'd like to invite him to the stage. Hello, everyone. So it was very interesting to hear this introduction about my company. Sometimes when I see our history, I think that we're talking about a dinosaur. Our company is 23 or 24 years old. In the IT companies, usually there are two exits by this time, but in agriculture, matters move at a slower pace. First of all, I'd like to thank you for the invitation, for the fact that I'm here. I thank Marie and her team. I was thinking the other day that several years ago at an event, we were talking in the small hours of the night as to how important the ecosystem is and in the agri sector, we are still having a phenomenon that is the sector is becoming mature, but it can become mature only due to the people that move it. And Agriventures is an event, an initiative that helps us have a better environment. Now, going back to who we are and what we do, for 24 years, a part of the group has become popular among some of you. Let me tell you, however, in brief about our company, NIC, what we are doing and how far we have got. We actually a company that started in 2002. At that time, there weren't many funds. There wasn't a lot of AI. AI was young, and this was a time when everything was by far difficult, more difficult, and slower. I'm not going to tell you about our history from the very beginning, but just in brief, over these 24 years, we managed to grow and go beyond the boundaries of Bulgaria. Today, we have a team of 280 people. We supply products to more than 20 markets, and we work with some 6,000 organizations. For those of you who are asking, oh, what do you actually do? We are focused on automation, drones for spraying, GPS equipment for automation, like the machine I mentioned, I showed a little while ago. Actually, we have companies in Bulgaria and in Romania who work with fully autonomous machines like this one. Actually, our work is to make technology more user-friendly. Because believe me, those of you that have had a direct encounter with agriculture, they understand how difficult it is. People should be knowledgeable about machines, about finance, in order to manage their accounts. They should not invest all their money in land or machines. So it's very difficult, quite difficult. Quite often these farms need someone to help them in this process. As we go forward, let me say that, as Marie mentioned a little while ago, Maria said that we are experiencing times when being a farmer is not very sexy. It has never been, but in the past 2 or 3 years, in the most recent 2 or 3 years, it is even less so. Why? Most of you know that the combination of growing costs and respectively low prices in the markets are factors in this respect. I'll not go into the details, but one of the things that we discussed with my colleagues this morning was that in the most recent 2 weeks, there was an growth in the prices of fuels, and energy means food, as you know. Reality is such that fuel is still the major energy used in agriculture. So we can see quite a few farms that have discontinued all investments in the past 2 weeks because they don't know what the future will be. So every day we're following the news, and there is a new situation in the Middle East, and it affects, of course, our mood. In the long run, however, we should not be talking only about problems here. There are several things that we learned along our journey. And one of these things is that we're talking about AgTech, but we have always been a company focused on three items: hardware, software, and services. And respectively, something I can say after 24 years of experience, it is that for good or bad, the ag tech are hardware mostly, agricultural technology, because our experience shows that in agriculture there aren't so many software solutions, and there isn't such a business culture and focus on services there. This is quite a different topic, of course, but there is a difference from market to market. We are making a difference between Bulgaria, South Africa, and Spain. We can see that there are nuances here. But in general, in the agriculture sector, hardware is easier for farmers to see the need of. So we see this because they think that they have to invest in hardware rather than in software or services. And we see this because we have been in the three areas. But what else happens in this sector which is different and more specific? For over 15 or 20 years, we have been working with American companies, with US partners. I hope there isn't a representative of the US Embassy here. We respect them a lot. But unfortunately, recently I have been talking more to the Chinese embassy, the Embassy of China. Because when China decides to do something, they really do it. And one of their focus areas in recent years has been the agricultural technology. Their latest document on their policy in the coming years shows that agricultural technology is a very important sector that they wish to support in terms of the food security. And if China, a state like China, formulates what is important for them in such a document, it does not remain only on paper. The drones were in such a document in the past, and now we can see that if we think of it, how many of you would remember of drones made, brands of drones made outside China? In some areas of the economy, we are dependent on what China does. The idea here is that in recent years there has been a lot of focus on China. For China is no more focusing on its domestic market alone. We are a partner of such a Chinese company that distributes in Europe and Africa, and we can see how matters are developing, how matters happen. And of course, I mentioned the challenges a little while ago. All of us have used ChatGPT to create a mixture of pictures. this is one of them. Mercosur was a big topic a little while ago, but something that is on the right-hand side of this picture has taken over recently, and we are talking about Middle East and the latest developments. It is the point is where opportunities lie, because we can complain a lot on how bad the situation is, but where are opportunities? As I said in the beginning, there are opportunities in agriculture, and we find them where there is need for technology, which makes agriculture, one idea, easy and more effective. Because, as I said, agriculture is a very difficult sector. And I'm not talking purely theoretically. My father is a farmer. He's working on 12,000 square meters. The work in agriculture, in farming, is very difficult. So each technology that can make things a bit easy and more efficient is well received. So this is the area where we invest and where we develop. And there's something that we did and I'd like to show to you at the end of my presentation. As I mentioned a little while ago, for many years our focus was Europe, US. We organized scores of trips of farmers to the US. But something that changed drastically is that we organize a lot of trips with our clients and partners to China. Several weeks ago, we took 80 people to China on a visit. This was a very interesting experience to organize 80 people on a visit to China. But what we saw there was a very different world, a world where autonomous machines, drones, robots are there. We saw cars, automobiles with the drones in their back part, and people stop their car and they raise their drone over a long period, over a long distance. Well, world is not only factories, plants. This is a drone for people. In a little while, we'll see the casinos. But what I wanted to tell you was that we really see an opportunity to look the direction in which agriculture and the sector can develop in order to be easier for working. The new generation that comes can be interested in and engaged in this sector, because we have this problem: who will be dealing with agriculture? We all wish to live in the big cities. Why is this event here and not in Dobrich, for example? I hope. So I'm from Schumann, for example, but we are in Sofia. So my message concerns everyone in this sector. Let us think on how can we make this sector more pleasant and more beneficial, and for farmers to be more, to be better. Thank you.
Много благодаря.
Thank you. I'm sure that this is one of the biggest challenges. Bulgaria has only less than 10% of the farmers being young people, less than 40 years of age. The others are older, so we have to think about the future, about who is going to implement agricultural activities in the future. And the more we think about that and the more solutions we develop, the more successful we are going to be. if you would like to take earphones in order to be able to listen to the interpretation, you can do that. Also, you can have a refreshment in the back of this room. Our sponsors have provided the snacks and beverages. This event has been made possible via the Agriventures and other companies that have provided financial support. And now we are going to have some of the lectures delivered by foreign speakers. Сега, нека да видим какво се случва в Европа, в тази сфера. Много често нямаме добро ниво на комерциализация на продуктите, в сравнение с други държави, Китай, Щатите и така нататък. Трябва да си зададем следния въпрос. Защо имаме добра научно?
There are several reasons for that. And I'm sure that the secret is known very well by our next guest. It's an honor for us to have Adam Adamek here in Sofia, physically. Adam, welcome on the stage. He's the founder of Impact Brussels, and I'm sure that he knows what is the secret and what is the future of food. Adam, welcome on the stage.
Thank you. I practice this, so let me say that in Bulgarian. Здравейте на всички. And I'm sorry I cannot say more in Bulgarian. I wish I would, but let's move to the secret sauce of today's meeting. I'm not going to reveal all of the secrets, and I hope we will have the time to exchange during our networking session later tonight. Okay, thank you for having me, and my biggest compliments to the organizers of this event, to Maria, to the whole wonderful team, but all of the guys who are sponsoring the event and you who are coming and listening to us. And this is a very big thing for me, because I was traveling around Europe and I was attending different types of events, and I'm keep on repeating that. I don't want to make you ashamed, but this is one of the best events in the Europe, not in this part of the Europe, but really in Europe, which I would love to attend every year. And even more often, because these are the things which I can notice that are happening. So you really talk about the and actions behind that. My organization is called Impact Brussels, and Brussels may be associated with talks, with politics, with corridor things and discussions and lobbying and many things, but in our case it's probably the same as what Agriventures does. We want to translate all of these corridors discussions into some action plans. And the action plans must be really ending up with impact. That's why we call it Impact Brussels. And impact doesn't happen in Brussels. It starts in Brussels, but it happens everywhere. And we want to make sure that you guys are the part of this impact. All right. This is a little bit provocative thing. So when Maria was saying the secret is known, yes, it's known and it's not known. I mean, what is known? But how is not known yet. And we need to really discover together what how is, when we are going to apply this how, and what we are going to get from this how. Okay? I will risk, and I will bet on this, the future belongs to resilience innovation, and this is something which we brought with my co-founder as a topic, which is our agenda and strategy. We want to be known for resilience innovation, and resilience innovation is not only resilience agriculture, resilient climate, resilient whatever, healthcare, resilient sovereignty, or resilient food. It's about resilience innovation. So it's not about keeping the innovation resilient, but making sure that resilience is on the top of our mind when we are talking about everything what it connects to humans. You were hearing about hardware, you were hearing about AI, and you were hearing about the future of what is happening. And we know that, well, 10% in Bulgaria, in many other countries is even less, of young people working in agriculture is even 5 and 6%, and people are turning into the robots, into automatics, into whatever it means for agriculture. We don't know what would be the future, but we need to invest a little bit of our thoughts and our actions and make sure we are risking something, which is called innovation, and we manage this risk and we invent the future. So resilience innovation is the future. So I'm not going to make you sleeping, so I'm not going to give you the app. I'm going to give you a map, which we invented with the co-founders, so it was our 6 months of work, a little bit of foresight, which will be published next month in a very, I would say, comprehensive manner. It will be a good book. We will predict in this foresight report what will happen in Europe in 2035 and beyond. And it's going to be published April 15, so not even in the map. There are 3 things which we focus on. The one is exponential biotech, and biotech will play the major role in the future. Some of the people are placing biotech in deep tech. It's a part of deep tech, but it depends how we consider that. I will focus solely for the meeting and for the foresight report in food biotech. So what we can get from biotech to support food and nutrition. Second of all is nutritional density. And it's probably connected to the first one, which is biotech, how we can use the biotech, and then biotech, how we understand it, precision fermentation, cultivated meat, cellular agriculture, whatsoever, you name it. It can be cultivated fat, it can be cultivated tissue, can be cultivated everything. We know we have the technology. Now the time is to act. We don't have yet the capacity, and this is the third one, which I'm going to talk about. And we need to find out how we will produce it at scale, simply. And I was interviewed a month ago by one of the English title, and they didn't decide to publish it. And they informed me, they were apologizing, because I risked and said, the future is not going to be big factories. It's probably, you guys are known very much for yogurt making. And you can do yogurt at homes, in the little yogurt machines, in the very little jars. Maybe future biotech will be done probably not at home, not at this scale, but not at the massive scale, like you see the skyscrapers here, but smaller factories which might be located in every village, every town, every city. A little bit of this about the system. You know the numbers. If you don't know the numbers, don't forget them. Super important to make some Hitchcock moment in the events, so to wake up you a little bit and check if you are listening. We know about the greenhouse emissions. I'm not going to repeat the numbers. We know about antibiotics in animals to prevent diseases. And we know about how we treat proteins and how we treat the import and diversity. So at least these 3 problems we notified in our foresight report, and we will talk about that. I love the number of 3. 3 is a magic number. When you have the 3 wheels, you will not fall down from the bike. The table can stand on the 3 legs. And 3 is also not very nicely divided from 100%, so you need a little bit of game. But the new stack which we identify is really about the biology, the AI and compute, the machine learning, and the hardware. But I still would love to invite you to the biology path, because this is actually the most important thing. And without biology, none of the hardware and AI will work. So we need to find out what would be the future of our biology. And if these 3 layers converge, the cost of production, so if we put them together and we make them working nicely and smoothly, the production cost might drop to zero. I know it's risky to what I'm saying, but it's what we have assessed. The capacity gaps, 2030 really requires the capacity which is not known yet, which is not even scaled up to produce anything which is related to cellular agriculture, whether it's bioreactors producing proteins, amino acids, peptides from the biomass, or purely from the air, water, and other substrates. There is also the thing which I'm repeating myself also, which is R&D potential. If R&D potential we have in Europe would be utilized to maximum capacity, we would be very, very happy. Unfortunately, R&D resources, scientific resources, technological resources, very often, I'm not going to say that always, but very often I end up in published papers, impact factors, Hirsch index, but not really in application. What if we don't produce more PhDs, but we produce more scientific technicians who can operate the lines and will understand how to translate sophisticated concepts into the production? We have technical success. Prototypes work, but we can't scale. And every startup I'm talking to, they are saying, we don't have enough capacity, capital, and skills to produce at scale. The third one and fourth one is actually the valley of death, because if you don't test it, if you don't adopt in consumers, communities, you will never achieve the success. Because I don't know if you like insects. If you know that the protein can be produced from insects in a very cheap way, would you eat it? This consumer adoption, market adoption, and the retail adoption might not happen in a very short timing. I will be closing because I have not much time, but I would be open to discuss it later on during our networking part. But there is something which I would like to highlight. First of the thing is, volume is that, value is the king. So we shouldn't be producing at volume. We should be thinking about the value and density, what we really want to produce and how dense it is in the sense of goods. Second is health is the new currency, guys. And health in the terms of health span and lifespan. If you just compare the Bulgarian nation, how many years they live, especially women, outlive the men, but how many years they live in the poor health, you would be surprised. It's 18 years, almost 18 years in poor health. So it's not the matter how long we would like to live, but how well we would like to live and how long. And the third one is precision nutrition. And precision nutrition is not only about taking GLP-1 to achieve some goals in diabetes or obesity, but it's about how we will eat and allocate the right nutrients for the right pheno and the genotypes of the humans. And this will also bring us to the coherence. If volume is that and value is the king, if nutritional density in the product will be higher than nowadays, and if we have the health of is the new currency, I would say health is the new trust actually, then we would see it's not about the volume of production, but it's a matter what we produce and how we produce. And probably the last thing which I want to tell you, and I'm jumping through the slides, but I'm going to share them, so don't worry about that. But what we are doing at Impact Brussels is really something what we want to invite you to as well, and you can do it through Agriventures especially, is trying to find the best consortia composition, provide the funding, but also deploy the pilots. And deploy the pilots means we will deploy it in many places in Europe, not only in Europe. We're looking at Africa, we're looking at the Middle East. Nowadays it's a little bit tricky. But this is what we are doing. And the thing which should be actually considered by yourself, and Agriventures is all about that, They are providing you with a very good overview of all of the funding opportunities. They also feed me with the funding opportunities, so we learn from each other very often. So if you look at pilot 2026, 2027, then if you go to the hubs or integration or cluster, how Maria is calling that, I call it still hub because we are not at scale yet. Integration phase 2028 and 2030. So we will end up possibly 2030 in the system. So when you talk about the system transformation and food system transformation, we don't have so much time. It's just 5 years. If we want to achieve that in the system way, we will not do it if we don't start now at the pilot scale. So probably, this is self-promotion. So the table is set. We have builders, we have allocators, and we have architects. Who are you? Just a question, random question to random people. Who are you? You're the builder, you're allocator, so pilot, software to steal, or design for scale. Okay, you're shy, you don't need to answer yourself, and you tell me later. But guys, we need 3 of you. It's not like you need to choose. We need absolutely builders, allocators, and architects. And we try to be architects, orchestrators who will bring you together here and make you meeting, talking, and then making decisions, applying the job in the pilot, scaling up, deploying it, and creating the new food system. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Just a second. I'm opening for we have time for one question if anyone wants to ask Adam something. Yeah. You know, the last time I had, the organizers told me that we had one comment that the audience wanted to ask questions and to have a dialogue. That's why I decided that it would be nice. And we have prepared a surprise for those who want to ask questions, not only here, but online also. So you can put your comments or questions in the live. We have prepared an award and I'm going to share it. Yeah, welcome. Just a second. Yeah.
Okay, I'm the builder. Okay, in this situation, I'm the builder of the aeroponics. How to educate the children in your program?
Don't educate children. Children will educate you. They are much better in that than the parents. I'm telling you. I'm also the parent, so I can tell you. My daughter is 25. She educates me every day. Look, I'm sorry. It's a little bit controversial what I'm saying, but it's not about the teaching or educating kids. You just need to become the role model, and the kid will copy you. And the other thing is, and this is observation from my past years, when you, the best example, I would say, is the fridge at home. So what parents are putting in the fridge, child will eat. And from time to time, of course, at the shop especially, will force parents to buy some things which they see in the television. But this genetic fridge is actually something which is being considered as a future of our times, meaning that kids are bringing the new things to the fridge. So they are saying, why we are buying this and not buying that? So what you find in the fridge is actually the best observation method we were using for consumer research. We were not asking what you eat, how do you feed your kids? We were just going and see, can you show me your cabinet? Can you show me your fridge, what you have? Because this is the reality. So it's the best way is to really walk your talk, do your job, what you believe in, and explain, and then allow your kids to challenge you, because kids will be living in the future. We are living now. Kids will be living in the future, and they create their own life. So in future, probably they will teach you how to do the things in a different way.
Merci.
Thank you, Adam. So our surprise for the brave one is something, Adam, you don't know about it, but I had to surprise you also. It's a book which I really like. It's the author is here, so you can you can receive signature. So I will ask Dilyana to give you the book, but the book is Food Tech After the Hype, and I'm sure it would be very interesting for you also. And we have prepared some more, but those who are active.
You just need to be active.
Yeah, of course. And it's all about asking for something, you know.
Okay.
Dilyana, thank you very much, Adam.
Thank
It was
you.
a pleasure. Сега продължаваме на български.
Now we continue in Bulgarian with the next panel, which is the political aspect of matters, possibilities and institutions in Europe that develop innovations and can be of use to you if you decide to develop innovations. I often talk to farmers and to innovators, and we cannot talk only about one innovation. New ideas come about. Sometimes they are not related to each other. They're brand new. You start the implementation of your idea. You're looking for programs and for funding. That's why our next panel is institutional and public support in terms of financing. This panel has to be moderated by Mrs. Ormanova, but she'll be late, so I have the pleasure to invite our next guest. He's engineer Dimitar Vasiliev, Bulgarian entrepreneur. You're welcome. With over 15 years of experience, he's the founder of a company that's very influential in Europe, the most desired programs in Europe that every entrepreneur each wishes to get in contact with. I hope that you will be able to use some of the things as a representative of the European Innovation Council. I can say that agriculture will become one of the most technological sectors. Sectors like biotech, for example, change the perception. Events like this bring together people that work in this sector and provide decisions in their innovations usually come about locally, but they become global. Thank you for the invitation, and I thank you for this opportunity to tell you about the Europe EIC, which is the main supporting institution. Its tools can be used by companies involved in technology. In the coming 10 or 15 years, agriculture will be one of the sectors where, according to me and my colleagues, will be most changed by technology. We can see developments in precision farming, hydrogen farming. Our sector becomes deep tech sectors. The most innovative companies in the world already combine technology, data, biology with farming. So the next generation of agri-tech companies will be farming companies will be combining their operations with technology. In Europe, we have universities, we have science, we have quality studies, but the challenge is often to transform these achievements in science into practice. In agri-food innovations, we can see three main barriers. One is early stage financing. The other one is scaling deep tech technologies, and then most importantly, connecting science, startups and farmers. The AIC is not just a funding program, it is a whole journey for the development of technology. We provide not only financing, but also additional support as mentoring, partnership, and advisory services. How is this achieved in reality? EIC supports deep tech technologies. It works with 3 major programs: EIC Pathfinder, financing radical technologies at early stage. We have 4 million euro. Transition helps with funding of 2.2 million. The EIC Accelerator focuses on scale-ups with 2.5 million grant and up to 15 million euro equity investment. We started with a budget of 20 million this year. It will be 40 next year, 40 million euro. This year we launched a scale-up fund. This is for startups and scale. So these are tools for support of companies, deep startup companies. Here we show the general overview of the EIC programs and their budgets. We support innovation in different stages of development, from the scientific development to the scale up. We can see the periods, the budgets for this year and the strands of operation. In EIC, there are thematic challenges too. For example, EIC Accelerator, there are 2 priorities. One is biotechnology for recovery of farming lands, and then climate adaptation. So agri-food innovations are already a strategic priority for Europe, but also let me share with you that is something that's interesting, that there aren't many. There is a small number of projects that are financed in Europe, but Europe is trying to unlock the investment potential in the developing countries. I think that this is a big opportunity because companies, researchers from Bulgaria can participate more actively in these programs and create technologies to be used not only here, but also in the rest of Europe. This is in general what I wanted to share with you. I have a conclusion. The biggest opportunity is not just to modernize agriculture. We have to create a new technology of agri-tech companies on a European level. This can happen here. We have wonderful tools with a little bit of more information and the dynamism of our EIC in Bulgaria. This can happen. Thank you, Dimitar. Let me add that the level of active or proactiveness is very low. There's probably just one purely agri-tech company, not the others are mixed. So there are very few companies that are active. There are often questions, can farmers participate? There are procedures that can be joined by them. They are not, the application is not like that on national level. In Bulgaria, we have very low participation rate. It is growing. There are more people that apply, but still many people don't know about these options. like Pathfinder. We don't have even a single project that has been applied for. This is very unpleasant. This can change. This is money for research. Research before you have a company. So I wanted to share this with you. But when we talk so much about these issues, there is a key question. How is the Brussels the language translated to the local level? How do you explain this to a person who wants to develop an idea? How can you explain to them how they can develop the idea and get funding and enter the market? And I'm glad that Ralica Zhekova is our guest here. I would like to invite her because she is translating the regional innovations into reality. You have the floor.
Welcome to everybody. You are a wonderful audience. It is wonderful that we can talk about all these issues. I'm a little bit worried because the opportunities that have been talked about are extremely important. Our organization was established in 2002 in Varna as a regional ecosystem. I'm talking about RAPIF. We wanted to bring together all stakeholders. And we wanted to support the development of the innovation entrepreneurship in the region of Varna. 23 years later, we are here. You can see the members of our organization. And of course, we are organized in horizontal lines and in vertical order as well. My focus will be on the following. What we have actually initiated in a vertical direction related to agri-food development and involving the women in this sector. I'm talking about EWA. And a little bit later, we were invited to establish a hub of IT food. This is the European Institute for Innovation and Technology in the field of food. Adam is laughing because he's a part of this network as well. In this role, together in 2023, we gathered together in Plovdiv at the University of Food Technologies, and other stakeholders also were present. I don't know whether you have heard about what they're doing. Teddy, at least one person knows what is happening. EWA, this is a program for empowering women in agri-food sector. Although women are not that many in this field, I would like to pay attention to that. We would like to encourage women to take part, talking about women in startups, women participating in companies that are at a more advanced stage of development. So this program was present in Bulgaria during the last couple of years, 21, 22, 23, 24, etc. And we would like to have a continuation of this program in 2026 as well. I would like to encourage you to disseminate the information about this program. In the very beginning, EWA happened at the national level of each participating country. We were also following this line of development. But nowadays, this program is split into different parts. This is a positive development. So we have 3 levels. We have the national level, EWA Grow. Those that are more advanced and that have established startups, they can participate in the higher level, in the European level. What about the first level? Female representatives that have ideas for business development, they can get involved with this online course. This course is going to start from the 1st of April onward, 1st of April 2026. The next thing that we think is going to happen, we go over to the next module or the next level, EWA Grow. 10 entrepreneurs, female entrepreneurs, are selected per country, and they take part in different fora. And they have the opportunity to deliver the information about their business ideas. We have had such a lady that participated in such a forum in 2024. So this program is going on in the course of 6 months. The accent is on the female participation. We have been talking about having 10 or almost 10% young farmers, but talking about the female representatives is smaller, but their potential is still not fully used. And the last part or module of the program is titled EWA Advanced, and this will involve the inclusion of 10 female entrepreneurs from Europe that are ready for a successful and expanded development, and they can receive funding 15,000 or 20,000 euro. What we would be happy to see is to have a Bulgarian lady participating in this EWA Grow. My role here was to put an emphasis on the activities under the different programs that are provided through EIT foods. We do not have a very high level of activity due to one or another reason, but if you will be interested, I am at your availability, as well as our coordinator. We could provide more detailed information if anybody of you would like to take part in one of the 3 modules I have talked to you about.
The program is the best one. There are many programs actually very beneficial, but there are some that lead to more waste of time. But I have seen how young girls that have an idea implement it, they have customers and funding, and they go forward. So for every lady that is working something somewhere, it may not be in Varna, it can be at another part of Bulgaria. Any lady that's willing to develop an idea, she can apply and she will get support. There are many ladies like this, but some are more shy and they may say, this is not for me, I'm not so knowledgeable and all that. But actually, from a very low level, you can develop a business in the country.
To one of our next speakers, we will have a panel with Semi Hakim. Welcome on the stage. Welcome on the stage. Semi is our guest today, and we're going to have a talk. And before I start to to have the talk with you. I know that you started as a chef, right?
Yeah.
We love food. So tell me more about it. How it all started.
How much time do we have? I mean,
Okay.
if I start talking about food, we're gonna have the whole evening. So
Yeah, I know. And I know that you're speaking like me a lot, and you have a lot to say, like me. But just how being chef relates to investment, to finance. This is something very interesting for me.
I love that question. Reason why is just every time I started talking about this, it feels more natural. So just a quick recap. 15 years ago, I started my career as a chef. I graduated on tourism management. I felt like I want to do something, exciting, interesting, and rewarding. So I took the decision to go to a culinary school, become a chef, and I was working in the kitchen, doing events. I don't know, from Germany to Poland to even Australia. We did one event in Australia, which was fantastic. I'll tell that story later on. And over the years, it started more and more, became interesting. So I started working on more about like research projects. We were doing events. We were looking into like kitchen culture. That kind of trickled into starting working for small-scale food producers, along with EU-funded projects. So I started looking into more in depth in agriculture in terms of producers' production capacity. That trickled into having more exposure in agriculture, and then I did a master's in agroeconomics. And I started to realize I find this really interesting. Like overall, I want to become, like embedded in food and agriculture. During that time, I met with my co-founder. My co-founder did the opposite. So she was a really successful finance director of a really successful IT company, set up a venture arm, invested one of the first unicorns in Turkey, decided to change careers, and the career she chose was becoming a chef. So we kind of met up in the kitchen. Yeah. And then we started looking into the tech perspective, agri-food, innovation, through her knowledge and my knowledge coming from the food background. And then it became more natural into doing more consulting, working with corporates, working with governmental institutions, working with development finance organizations. And 10 years later on, we started having operations across the globe, having offices in Istanbul, Budapest, Hague, and Madrid, where I live. And we have operations in Southeast Asia to now building one in Latam, Central Eastern Europe, Turkey. And we're becoming more and more embedded in agri-food innovation. But the climate resilience, as Adam actually mentioned a lot in that, is our North Star. So we're looking into perspective of climate adaptation of agri-food and innovation.
Okay, so I have one question which is related to what is Kök project and what is Agriventures? Because probably the audience here is wondering what is this and what is India.
So basically, we started the company as Kök Project. So Kök Project is essentially our experience and our activities within the consultancy. So as I mentioned, we work with corporates, governmental institutions, and development finance organizations, mostly in the emerging markets over the last decade. We realize we have quite a bit of a network in terms of technology companies, in terms of corporates, in terms of governmental institutions. And we decided, why don't we take one step further? Why don't we take part within the journey of the startups? Why don't we build up a fund? So that was basically the initial point of the Agriventures start. So we started looking into perspective of how to invest in agri-food tech companies. What can we do? What would be the operation look like? And which regions that we can focus on. So now we're building the Agriventures, as I can describe it as the Kök Project 2.0, but we're all coming from the consultancy background. Surely also coming from the investment background. But nevertheless, we're now reaching towards the Agriventures more to be able to provide the necessary guidance in terms of the agri-food technologies across the mostly in the emerging markets.
So you're looking for startups?
Absolutely, especially in here as well.
Okay, it's good to know.
Yeah, sure.
Because here there are many who are looking for financing of their idea, whether it's hardware-based, food, drinks. I use the opportunity to say that at the end of the room here, we have some drinks Elixir Drinks, they're our partner, and also Rosy Mark with the signature rose water, which is for Bulgaria, of course, but worldwide. And there are many companies that are really needing the support of investors, and that's why is this panel. What do you look for in having in mind these challenges now? Of course, I'm opening the floor to questions for the audience. If someone is interested to ask a question, to have this live conversation. But I'm interested to understand more, because I'm seeing that it's very dynamic in terms of investments. You cannot really plan what is going to happen, but it's interesting to see your view.
I mean, honestly, it's. I think the one of the strong suits that we have is because we work a lot with corporates and we work a lot with policymakers. We have a, I would say, clear understanding of the sector, and we've been in this sector more than a decade at this point. So we've seen the hype, we've seen the bubbles. We've seen the bubbles are bursting in some points, and some other bubbles are, becoming more and more apparent. But in the meantime, it's obvious to see there's a lot of adaptability for a successful solution. So not necessarily has to originate in one market and focus on one, but rather looking into a global perspective. That's something that we look to. So is the solution transferable within the region? Is the solution transferable and potentially doing joint ventures with other existing companies or corporates across the other markets? How adaptive the founders are, how flexible they are, how interested also they are, and how actually committed to their work. That's like the first steps that we look into. It's really, basic and a human in that manner, because at the end of the day, the human factor is always most powerful one. That's
So you're looking at the team first.
100%. It was the traditional conversations like 70%, 30%, etc.
Yeah.
For us is we've seen great companies on paper, fantastic solutions, fantastic services, terrible execution, and it doesn't show at the first couple of years, but it will show when they become successful. Adam's nodding, yeah. So one of the questions that I keep asking the founders is that what's going to happen when you are successful? Because they're always in the fight mode, right? I'm sure the founders in here, they are always in the fight mode. They're looking in the emails. If they're listening to me at the same time, doing this and that, thinking about what's going to happen tomorrow. Presentation is ready, is the team ready, etc. But what happens after when they're successful? And we see a lot of downfall after that. To be able to keep up that energy and the team management is quite crucial. And that's something that we also do essentially a DD on it. Are the founders actually ready for success? So that's a crucial point, I think.
Yeah, and I think that in this sector, it's especially difficult because commercialization, it's much harder comparing to any other sector, even if it's only technology, which is software-based. I mean, it's very difficult to be successful in this market, and especially in Europe and worldwide. We will have one panel afterwards, which is related to food and longevity. Mm-hmm. What I'm seeing is that people started to change their habits. There is also some news that the big corporations are changing the products, reducing sugar, etc. What do you think about this trend? Is it a trend, or it's something that is changing the landscape for investment?
It's hard to define. It's really market-based, I think. So there's a lot of focus that we've seen over the years, for example, for protein. It became almost like, excuse my French, but it became almost like a joke at this point to see, we have actually chairs that with protein, you can use it, it gets more protein in your body. But essentially, it becomes more and more apparent that when certain ingredients has more limelight, it becomes available across the board. So that becomes essentially the hype through that point. And considering the B2C is a really hard sector to crack, roughly speaking, now for a BTC company to be successful, they have about a window of 6 weeks. Within the 6 weeks, they have to create sort of like a loyalty. Through that, they have to invest a lot in marketing, and then that comes in with a lot of social media content creation, mostly TikTok, which is more effective in that manner. But after 6 weeks, everything starts to change. So for that perspective, corporate partnerships are really crucial, but they have to speak that language as well. And this is the same case for B2B also. We've been developing, for example, just a side plug, we've been building this sort of like a regional program for the last couple of months. And what we're trying to achieve and understand is that which market has a more interest and which corporates has more interest to work with technologies, and what are the main topics that we should look into before we go in even actually executing the program. So I think it's really clarity is something that is more has a lot of weight into that kind of a success, and that comes in with hype, that comes in with more content, etc.
Yeah, and what is the next step for you? Because you're here in Bulgaria, obviously Bulgaria is getting noticed and very interesting. I see it because I'm comparing for a couple of years. I'm comparing what is going on with the ecosystem. So it's getting noticed not only because of the food that we have, the innovation that is happening. Of course, a lot should be done. But what is the next step for you? What are you looking for the development of your project?
So right now, our immediate action plan is to fully understand the market, the Central Eastern European region. That one of the target markets that we have is Bulgaria. So for the last 6 months or so, we've been doing a lot of research and understanding, and it's also across the region. For the last 3 months, I've been traveling across the region, and we'll be continuing that over the next couple of months as well. And what I'm trying to achieve is that understanding the ecosystems, and I think I have to, congratulate you. This is fantastic. And I think Agriventures and your presence and your activities brings a lot of light to the ecosystem to understand the stakeholders. So I just want to share that real quick. But the other side, on our part, what we're trying to achieve is that building up a regional structure where we can have local partners and local stakeholders in terms of corporate value chain, and then working with local tech companies and helping them access the field, which is, I keep referencing, but that was a great presentation. One of the missing links, as you've shared, is that the field integration. That's something that we're building now within the region. So providing opportunities for tech companies to directly access to field, implement the technologies that they've been developing, receiving the performance, and then looking into the scaling opportunities.
On different markets.
Correct. But we see, and I'm definitely in the same page with you, massive potential in Bulgaria. In several specific crops and products and verticals. And I think it's really crucial to be able to have organizations like yourself and similar structures to support the ecosystem. So yeah, that's what we've been building.
Thank you. So let's ask you for the final thoughts on what do you think will be important for entrepreneurs and for farmers, because I'm sure that we have farmers who are listening, especially the next generation, to take into account for the future. What do you think?
I think one of the there's of course a couple of topics that we can talk about, and when we connect the conversation with the field and the farmers, there's a lot of stuff that we can mention. But I think one of the under-tapped sectors is agrifinance. We don't see much technologies available in the field looking into the agrifinance perspective. So that's one for sure. Second one is that the regulations looking into the bio-based transformation will be happening across the member states at this, in the same pace. But not all of the farmers and SMEs, most importantly, are ready for that transformation to be able to continue their production, and then also looking into the more opportunities. So I think the local tech development and access to field timeline should be shorter. And I think that's quite crucial. And this goes for all of the markets across the region, because that gap creates the lag essentially for the transformation. And one of the factors that we've seen as an example is that majority of the companies who are developed across the region, and in the same case for Bulgaria, is go abroad for looking into basically the fundraising. So a Bulgarian founder develops the company in here, goes to London, goes to Germany to fundraise, because there's a lag between, for to access the funds and looking into. So we need more specialized tools to invest the local technologies. At the same time, more opportunities to connect with the field. I think this will change the whole sector.
Yeah, totally agree. I mean, the steps until getting funding are a lot, but I mean, funding exists. It's a bit difficult, but it exists.
For sure.
Yeah. Do we have question from the audience? I'm about to ask.
There's one. We can talk about food as well if I'm boring, by the way, guys.
Yeah, our friends from Ancestral Superfood, I think they brought some of their amazing fermented food. We will speak about it in a couple of panels, but I love them, so try them. You will not regret.
Hi.
My name is Theodora. Thank you for this talk. It was really interesting. How do I pitch to you?
To me?
Yes.
Oh.
How do I find you?
LinkedIn, easiest one. I'm
You're answering there?
100%.
Okay.
All the time. No, I'm.
You open it.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't close it.
Yeah, exactly. I almost live there. So definitely the best case is LinkedIn, Semi Hakim. You can find me in there. Send me a message. My email is semi@kökproject.com, which is our company name. Email me and I'll be happy to listen to you.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
For sure.
Yeah, of course.
Hello, Ina
Hi.
Abadjeva, Rosie's Mark. My question is regarding the corporates you're working with, because you mentioned it several times that you're working with a lot of corporates. What are they looking for, and how do you connect your business and your ventures with them?
So one of the examples that I can give is a live example is that we are currently running a program in Turkey for the last 2 years. We've been working with the biggest fruit company of the country, and also this year we started to work with one of the sector leaders in fertilizers. So everything starts with us receiving a really detailed strategic priorities brief, and based on that we look into our database. And for the last 5-6 years, we've been mapping across mainly in Europe, but also in GCC. We've done in Central Asia, Caucasus, and we're going to do one for Asia Pacific as well, is looking into technologies within the agri-food innovation space. So we track these technologies. We met the founders. We connect with technoparks, accelerators, similar networks to understand what is happening out there. And through that, the knowledge that we have from the corporates, we connect the dots. But our structure is really condensed into what can be done actually within the field via the corporate value chain and also the existing technologies that we see. So our accelerator, for example, we're running in Turkey, it's 8 weeks, quite dense, intense in a way. But within that 8 weeks, we get a result of a direct field integration planning. And also we see how the founders react with corporate partners. So we create basically clarity. That's our value proposition. We bring clarity for the corporate side and also the startup side so that we can build up the plan for integration. And that's how one of the examples that I can share.
Thank you.
Thank you. Semi, thank you very much for
thank
this
you.
conversation. It was really nice to speak to you. And I'm sure that you have lots of opportunities for our ecosystem here in the region, because I think we have potential. What we don't have is connections. So I hope this will bring something new after today's meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well. Thank you so much. Thank you. Fantastic. Thank you.
И сега да видим какво се случва в България, когато си говорим за...
So let's now see what is happening in Bulgaria when we are talking about private capital. I have the pleasure to invite to the floor a very important person with a high contribution to the development in the sector. We are going to talk about what is being sought and what is important for the future development. And I would like to invite Max Gurwitz. He's going to talk about the investments in the agri-food sector. There are many opportunities. I'm here in two capacities. I'm co-founder of the Vitus Fund. I don't know how many of you know about our fund and what we are doing. The other thing, the other capacity of mine is that I'm participating in this risk investment organization. We are a part of BBCA, and this makes us a relatively small country within the European Union that is looking into these issues related to the investment in equity. If we are looking at the other countries in the countries in Eastern Europe, we occupy a good position. We are going to talk about the risk investments in the agri-fund, and I'm trying to slow down the speed of my delivery. What we're going to talk about is related to venture investments. This is a very important topic. In Bulgaria, we have a high potential with regard to the IT sector technologies. You can see that close to 10% is attributed to the technology and the ICT. The idea is the following. That we are comparing the technology and ICT with the agriculture and food sector. So this is a sector with high experience accumulated. We are building potential in the sphere of technology. So putting investment and technology together, we know what could be achieved. We have in Bulgaria, availability of smart people. We have experience in the agri-food sector, so the potential is there. But the problem is how to utilize this potential. We are being sought because they know the essence of our activity. We cannot invest directly in agriculture, and on the other hand, investment in the food sector is difficult. The good thing about this is that there are many and diversified type of support that could be provided, and you know that we have agricultural subsidies provided by the European Union to the different programs. Mr. Takov talked about the programs that they're dealing with, trying to promote the exports of agricultural products, trying to organize visits to different exhibitions. Also, Mr. Vasiliev was talking about the grants that are provided and other EU subsidies. And we have funds for providing venture capital and equity. And it is very important to say this because usually we need to have a good technological opportunity provided in order to put money into equity. Talking about the European Common Agricultural Policy, we need to say the following. All the funds related to risk capital, investment in risk with risk capital and investment in equity, there is a prohibition to invest into direct farming. We cannot do that. Probably there might be other funds popping up that are based fully on private funding. And maybe the prohibition for investment into primary agriculture or farming, this limitation will be abolished. But for the time being, this is not the case. We have invested in a company which is producing a technological device for provision of fresh air in the premises. And you know that these microorganisms that are existing in the water, the algae type, these microorganisms are provided to you in a jar that replicate in the water medium afterwards. And this is a kind of activity related to primary agriculture. And we had to pass through different sieves in order, or steps in order to be able to provide the investments. This was only a very small part of this business related to the provision of the source material. So everything that is dealing with processes, technologies, things related to food and agriculture, we as a fund can invest, can put money into. And this is the viewpoint of every fund. So the venture funds are related to risk investment, to investment into equity, and we are trying to invest into ideas that are having good opportunities for future development, that are based on technological innovation, that could prove that they can become scalable in the future. So we are looking at the following, to putting less efforts to achieve better results. So not all companies that are telling us that they can do what is wanted to be done in order to justify the investment, but some of them really do that. And from this point of view, each company in which we are investing undergoes different tests. The first test is the so-called scalability test, whether this company can grow exponentially. And the second thing is whether or not we can put money into this company, and in what manner, either through merger or through an acquisition or through making this company going public. The answer to this question that is raised during the test should be positive. If it is a negative answer received, this means that any venture fund will not put money into their business. Of course, there are a few exceptions to the rule, in which cases we might decide to invest. So here you can see the companies that we have put money into it. This was the first fund that we managed. Now we are managing the second one. You can see here 10 companies participating in our agri-food portfolio. You may see representatives of these companies among us, and the examples of their products. There other companies as well in which we have invested money because we have believed that the product that they deliver to the market have opportunity for future and good development. Either direct food products or provision of raw materials for the food sector. The first fund was investing smaller amounts of money, and we are now expanding the investment into agri-food companies. So we would like to invest more in Agrovar, Agrinizer, etc. They're dealing with digital management, precision agriculture. With the new fund that we have initiated, we have signed the first transactions under this fund. What will happen within the framework of the second fund? We have this focus on investing in software companies, but also in the food sector. We will try to prioritize the investment into companies that are dealing with precision farming, agri-data, also development of alternative proteins, food safety and quality tech. We are trying to invest jointly with funds or organizations that are possessing the relevant expertise. We are very good at markets, finance, but when we will try to invest into companies, we would like to join our expertise with other organizations having been able to accumulate experience. SAMI, for example, is representing such a fund that we would like to, work with, and we would like to join our efforts with them. There are always exceptions to be made. You can see that we have invested in the agri-food sector in food products. There are other funds that are doing the same. But what we are looking at prior to making the investment, we would like to see what are the strengths of the object of funding. So here you can see very, very good examples with regard to companies that we have made investment in. We have a Norwegian company that we have invested in. They are coming up with milk chocolate products, and they're trying to increase the scale of their production. I hope that we are looking at companies with potential. A small history here. What we have to do, we have to come up with country brands. And what I have seen in the food sector in particular, in order to have a restaurant with a Michelin star, the state has to pay to Michelin for the awarding of this star. Why in Japan they're having many more restaurants with Michelin stars? Because they're quite proactive. Same could be attributed to Italy, to Greece, etc. We are working with the managers at the national level in order to push forward this idea related to the ascertainment of national food brand. This is very important. It has its impact on the innovations in general. Without the participation and the support of the state, we cannot do a good job. I have just come from Japan, and there in Japan, we have a very good status because of the Bulgarian yogurt. When they are asking you where do you come from, when your answer is from Bulgaria, they can always draw the relation between the Bulgarian yogurt, the Lactobacillus bulgaricus, and the Bulgarians as a nation. We should do more than that. We should be even more proactive with regard to other food products. This is very important, but what can be done from viewpoint of the fund? We have three layers of opportunity. The first one is addressing the entrepreneurs. And here we are talking about building technology that could make Bulgarian agri-food more productive, traceable, globally known. With regard to the investors, we have other layer of opportunity. Some of you have been very important for have been quite actively involved into these developments, and they have participated. And we have been talking about instruments in the broader capital stack, but here we can play the leading role. The agriculture, especially the innovations in the agri-food sectors, provide such an opportunity to the investors. I have mentioned that the state should provide more support so that we can come up with a strong national brand in the agri-food sector. And this is from me. Watch what we are doing as a fund, as an organization, so that you can take part in the Vitush Venture Partners activities.
Thank you, Max. I fully agree that we need to promote Bulgaria as much as possible. The link with investors is very important because there may not be an investment now, it may come much later, but all the contacts may come at an earlier stage, even without investment. So thank you very much. The program that you mentioned was very successful. The participants in it developed very well after that. So thank you very much. On we go with the next panel, which is more in the field area. We have the pleasure to invite Boyan Zahariev from Exceed, who will tell us more about what they do, something that I find very interesting because it happens in Bulgaria. not least because it happens in Bulgaria. I hate timers, so I'm switching this off first. Good for Maria for what they did. It was time for Bulgaria to have such an initiative that was dedicated to investment in food, in the food sector in general, because Bulgaria has many traditions and potential, and we can see that countries that has much recent industry like the Netherlands are overtaking us in a number of sectors because they are more organized. Today we will talk about interesting topics. We will talk about the novel protein technologies. These are breakthrough technologies. There is a huge paradox facing Europe. Technology developed by a Bulgarian company actually is in the center of a huge potential that can transform the sunflower protein in the next yogurt in terms of recognizability. First of all, let me explain what proteins we're talking about. These are highly functional proteins, mostly from a plant origin like soy, pea, proteins. They are supplied in all the supply chain, particularly in the food and beverage, or about 700 tons of such proteins are used in Europe, but we import about 80%. In this respect, this is so we're vulnerable to geopolitical shocks. So if we don't have a resource or capacity, we have to invest soy and pea from abroad. But Europe grows 33,000 tons of proteins, protein crops. We have here sunflower, peas, oil seeds, and so on. But we're using less than 1% of these resources to produce the proteins we're talking about. And we from Exceed believe that this situation can be changed with new technology and with industrial capacities like new plants, new factories to process the existing resource. We may continue to be dependent on Brazil and China, but we may also build our capacities in order to produce proteins and retain the whole added value in the EU. It can be retained in Bulgaria too, as you will see now. As we are talking about free capacity, we can see where we can get the proteins from. We cannot use palm or truss. There are some crops that are better than others, better applicants. We believe that sunflower is a very good candidate. Sunflower offers probably the best plant protein provided by nature. The EU is a leader in the production of sunflower protein, producing 10 million tons per year. Bulgaria is a leader in Bulgaria, producing over 2 million tons of sunflower. So where is the sunflower protein? Why doesn't Bulgaria produce sunflower protein that we all need so much? The answer is that it is lost. It is lost in the wrong supply chain. The sunflower protein now goes to places where it loses all its value. It goes for feed. The way in which the system operates is that the sunflower, which is processed for oil, is pressed, and then the secondary product, the press cake, is sold for cows and for pigs. But we can use soy for this purpose. Out of the 6 million tons generated in the EU, if only 10% is directed to the production of these highly functional proteins, this would meet the needs of all the needs of the EU per year. We are not the only ones that have conceived this. It is for over 30 or 40 years that it is known that sunflower is very good as a source of protein. So many universities, research institutes have tried to extract sunflower protein from the side production of oil. However, so far technologies have not been successful. When we are producing isolate, there is a trade-off, and the trade-off is between high yields, that is necessary for the project to be of economic significance, and high quality. And we can see here an example of a protein which is quite smelly. Almost the whole protein has been extracted from the press cake, but it is not a clean product. This is the effect of a very good technology. If we manage to develop an effective technology that extracts clean, pure protein, we would be able to revolutionize the supply of proteins on a global level. Such a non-conventional new technology is the technology developed by Xseed. I'm not going to tell you about the details of what we did, but I can say that we have combined well-known methods, and we have added our patented steps in order to reach something that has not been reached by anybody else in the world. XC is the lead company in Europe and in the whole world with this technology, and it achieves a good produce, a very high produce of this isolate, and this is unique. The result of the technology is a type of a protein with a combination of qualities and properties that cannot be seen in any other isolate, neither soy, no peas, no insects. Sunflower protein is allergen-free, non-allergic. It has over 90% content. It has excellent organoleptics. So this combination of qualities makes it universally usable in the whole supply chain of food, beverages, for sports, solutions, and so on. At present, there's a lot of protein in the market. Pea and soy are used in massive quantities, and insects more recently. However, each of these proteins has a fundamental shortcoming, and they cannot be highly accepted. For example, soy is highly allergenic. The pea protein has a very bad taste, and people have to pay for expensive supplements. Microbial proteins are not usable because of anti-nutrients. Insect proteins, even though functional, are still not approved by the end user. These things are not present with sunflower. That's why we believe that the technology for producing sunflower protein solves the puzzle of protein production on two levels. On the one hand, we provide technology that allows the transformation and revolutionization of supply chain that transforms millions of tons of this product. It improves its added value. Also, sunflower protein resolves the commercial challenges that the currently present proteins have. there should be a map here. I have to tell you about the market. With such a nice protein, we already operate, starting with a small pilot. Now we have reached the stage of a lab with a small premise. Unfortunately, the animated slide cannot be shown. We send our proteins to over 30 or 40 countries all over the globe. We managed to reach absolutely all producers of food, beverages, and functional food the world over. And what we are doing is met with great interest and enthusiasm. Everybody is telling us when will you start with the factory, when will you build the factory. So we have this Exceed 2030 project for building the greatest facility for deep processing of sunflower. This facility would produce scores of thousands of sunflower proteins. And this would put Bulgaria in the new center, the new core of all agri-innovations regarding the new proteins, which are so popular. And we're very happy to be able to share this interesting story with you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you a lot. I think that we need to look around and see what is available in Bulgaria and how we can use it in the best possible manner. Now we have an online participant, Georgi Toskov is a professor at the University of Food Technologies in Plovdiv. He's going to join us online. He will talk to us about an opportunity that has become available this year. I can say that he is a very active researcher, a scientific fellow, and he is helping drawing the link between science and practice. Jaro, hello. Thank you for the invitation and thank you for the opportunity provided. So I have just taken my second coffee for today and ready to deliver my presentation. We know that you have a lot to share with us. I'm giving the floor to you. Once again, welcome. I would like to extend my gratitude to the team of Agriventures for providing me with the opportunity to join you online. My name is Georgi Toskov. I'm a part of the research team at the University of Food Technologies in Plovdiv. I have been carefully listening to all the presentations and discussions related to the agro-food sector and the challenges faced by this sector. I fully agree with everything that has been mentioned until now. When we are talking about these agri-innovations, the truth is the following. Nowadays, the agri-food sector is facing challenges. There are climate changes, exhaustion of the resources. We are also facing other problems that are trying to be combated by the small businesses. The small businesses are trying to find the most appropriate solutions to these problems. On the other hand, we need to produce healthier food and to optimize the production costs. I'm happy to say that the science have solutions to many of these problems. And the impediment that we have to overcome is not the unavailability of good ideas in the academic environment, but we want to have a good working relation between the laboratory and the businesses. Between the academia and the businesses. This is what we are doing. We are building this bridge through our center of competence in the agro-food sector. The centers of excellence, the centers of competence are reality in Bulgaria, and they are being funded under the operational program funded by the European Union. Our consortium is based at the University of Food Technologies in Plovdiv. The consortium includes other 4 universities and also the Agricultural Academy. Also, we have the Trajan University, the Medical University, and 2 other universities adhering to the Bulgarian Academy of Science for space research and the Institute on the Forestry Institute. And we are now in the active phase of equipping in the most appropriate manner the relevant laboratory with regard to what is needed as means for achieving innovations. Our aim is in the nearest future, irrespective of the problems that accompany the building of such a center, is to have a modern research infrastructure. This facility that we are going to build will be aiming at covering the whole production cycle along the agricultural and food chain, starting with smart agriculture, soil monitoring, climate parks, also going towards the new food the environmentally friendly packaging, the assessing of the impact on the human health. We are going to try to do everything to set up a place where an idea can be traced from the farm, from the field to the mount, from the field to the fork. It is related to the issues that are connected with the technological transfer. I have to find the cross point between what the researchers will be developing in these new facilities and what the industry is ready to accept and to implement in their business model. I'm also trying to find out whether a market does have a need for such a solution, one or another solution, and whether this solution will be economically viable and implementable from viewpoint of the producers. Trying to bring together the people from the academic environment, medium, and the farmers. Also, with regard to the location of the center, I would like to say that it is very important for us to be facing the people, to be talking to them what we can do, because even though we would be able to come up with a very important innovation, it will stay within the framework of our academic community and will not be made public, so to say. This will not be that successful. We have to be sure that our achievements will reach the right people, and that these people will know how they could benefit on that. That's why today's event is so important. I'm sure that you have gathered together in this room people that we would like to work with at our center of competence. These are all technological companies, innovative farmers, investors who are pushing the agro-food chain ahead. In your activity, you may be facing with a problem that could be needing a kind of research work with which we can help. If you are willing to develop your potential and you are willing to base your development on the outcomes of the research work, we can be your partners. We first will need to create this working environment, but then we will be looking to establishing close relations with you. We have a business plan that we have developed. We want to have our future work strongly practically oriented. You have our contacts. They are available if you would like to do that. I have just been trying to ask you what will be the way to get in touch with you. I know that you are going to coordinate your efforts with other stakeholders. Whether this will be useful for the farmers, the answer is positive. Then the second thing that I have heard about is that anybody interested could get in touch with you. But who exactly we should try to contact, this is very important. So could we say that people that are interested in what you have delivered as information, they can address you in person? So LinkedIn will be the channel for communication. You can see my coordinates there. We have a pilot web page developed, including a lot of information. My personal contacts are there exhibited as well. So anybody willing to get in touch with the people from the academic medium within this consortium of ours could address me in person in the manner that I have just specified.
Before we continue with the agricultural topics, I'd like to invite Živko Džumiarov, with whom we will talk about some trends which, to my mind, will change the way in which developments take place in the food sector, but also investments. But before we have this talk, it would be interesting for me to hear what you're doing, what you're involved in. We don't know that whether if everybody has gone to the back of this hall, there are some very interesting things, some great things intended for you. Please eat this food. We don't want to throw it away. So Živko, tell us what you're doing. Thank you very much for this invitation. I thank everyone who is with us in this wonderful event. I deal with a company that is concerned with fermented food, ancestral superfoods. We created it in 2017. Our first emergence in the market was in 2021. We had a business idea. We did not have a business idea, but it had to do with my personal health problem that led me to the verge of death and being in an intensive care unit. I was thinking on what I could do about my own health and what I could leave for the people. So when I arrived at the idea of ancestral superfoods, I decided that this should help the intestinal microbiome and should be based on on ingredients that are close to us and that have been inherited from our ancestors. I have been watching your company. When you started talking about fermented food, Probably people did not quite understand what this was about and what this is important for health. So we have a long history of such foods in Bulgaria. Some of us have been happy enough to grow up in the village. Do you see any problems? Yes, in 2017, 2018, these topics were not uh, up to date. We had to open a new niche in the market. We had to talk about products that people were quite unaware of. We were talking about the specific type of fermentation. So we had to develop a new market niche until we had the coronavirus crisis. It's changed the mindset of people regarding food as a means of prevention. Then the topic of intestinal health and its role in human health became more topical, and then the topic of longevity came about, and it became easier for us to explain to people, to reach them and tell them what we do. It's great. How do you go to the international market? I don't know if you're aware, but when you're producing food and you go abroad, you have to develop to be up to date to this market because there are great companies operating there. This is a very intricate matter, and before you reach the international market, you have to leave something at your domestic market. That is, people in your neighborhood should come to know you before the people in the rest of the country come to know you. So you should build your own market. You should build a system, mode of operation and processes of operation that would help you reach the international markets, because there any error can be fatal. A company with small budget may bring about the death of the company. For example, a market like the UK is a huge competitive market. If you enter it without research and decision as to what you want to do, you can finish your operation there within a couple of months. So this can be lethal for your company. A person should be able to judge how strong they are and approach markets that have growth potentials and smaller entry barriers. I always give an example with the countries from the former Warsaw Treaty Organization, like Romania, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Poland. For Bulgarian products and Bulgarian companies, it is much easier to get adoption of their products in this type of products, this type of markets, compared to markets like France, Germany, UK, because they're more developed. This is kind of a paradox, though, because we are already in the UK market. Yes, in UK you're quite accessible already. Congratulations for that. Some time ago, we talked about emerging new markets like Japan, and how important it is to know very well who you work with and for them to know what you do. So there should be trust for you to be able to scale up. Another question: people recently use different weight losing means, but they change the industry. In what way does this happen, in your opinion, and what is forthcoming? I did not expect this. I did not see it coming. because of using slimming medication, people start to eat in a more healthy way. So some companies like Pepsi, for example, start reconsidering their portfolio for the ingredients that they contain. And you can imagine what the reform of such a company requires. So this implies that the industry is changing indeed. Do you have any observations in this respect? Yes, I expected this because after the COVID and the topics of intestinal health and support of the immune systems through food, another parallel topic was the ultra processed food, UPF. This is a global trend. There is a new UPF certified now, a new program for certifying food to prove that you don't have such ingredients in your products, which is entirely user driven, and a growing number of companies will have more functional ingredients, so not calories at any extent, any price, but healthy nutrients. So this is also valid for big concerns. They are rethinking their policy in this respect. Also, Gen Z do not drink so much alcohol. So this gives way to drinks that keep you centered, concentrated, but they do not contain alcohol. So probably internet does not contain many positive things, but one such positive matter is to be more aware of what is taking place, and we're getting more information, and we learn that food is health. And I can add here that with AI and the possibilities for deep research, we can reach much faster the conclusions of scientific articles about food, ingredients, or anything in the past. So as we were carrying out such research for our strategy for health, we ourselves can also recognize the products that we should support. Looking at the future trends regarding food, topic like sustainability, resilience, food value and regionality will continue to be as important in the future, and the same holds true for diagnostics and so on. And this is all related to food. I can see that these are trends indeed. And do you know what happens? That is, the questions are, do you know what is taking place to you? How do you diagnose your condition? So, indeed, this is something that accompanies us throughout our lives. And we can say that throughout our life we swallow tons of food. It's very important what's the quality of this food for us, because many people look out of their body, but as you develop as a personality, if you when you reach success, you cannot enjoy that success unless you are healthy. So this is the engine that drives you. So this will definitely happen, and through such analysis, people will get foods and supplements that will be specifically designed for their health. I believe that your products will be part of this menu. Congratulations and thank you for this talk. And now I can say that we have talked about financing, we have talked about few food, biotechnology, but we have to ask now what happens in reality. And I have the pleasure to invite two actually farmers. Please, let's have another chair here. I'd like to invite farmers that are examples as to, or role models as to how we should not be a kind of a silo in what we're doing. We should open up and seek for new technology. You should produce in a more sustainable manner. You should reach the consumer and ask the questions, how do I produce? Do I think about soil health? And what is my future and the future of those I consult or those that will come? So I'd like to invite Albina Jasninska from Agrozona Bio Farm and Petju Kiru from the Liman company.
It's high time to talk to farmers. We have been talking to entrepreneurs, to investors, but it is high time to ask the farmers what the reality is, because I'm sure, as an experienced person, could speak one language, a person from Brussels will talk another. I'm going to address Albina on the first place. Albina Jasinska has been provided the award for biofarming at the EU level. Albina, tell us what you are doing, and afterwards we will continue. First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to you for the invitation. It is very important for us to be able to attend such a forum and to share what we have achieved, what else we could do. As a farm, this is a project related to our farm. We have a product that we are offering to the Bulgarian market. We have several projects that are united and are based on this biofarm Rosino. We have ice cream. We have another concept for another product. Also, we think that within this union has proved to be quite successful. You know the Rose Valley of Bulgaria. Our farm is located there. We are producing bio-certified products and all as a manner of working, I think allows us to achieve this good result. We are based on a stable base, on a strategy, and this was the beginning. We started with that. We are taking care, we are raising cows. And we are practicing regenerative biofarming. They are grazing, all of them. They have access to clean water, and the end product afterwards reaches the end consumer. This is a complex scheme. It requires a lot of control activities, but we are able to control the whole cycle from the raw material to the end product. All our actions that are undertaken in compliance with our strategy, in compliance with the principle for protection of biodiversity. We are trying to introduce new methods, innovations, in order to be sustainable. We are also paying attention to the financial impact. For us, this is a business which has several directions. If our financial indicators will not be good enough, we cannot go on with our business. If we will not be able to reach the end consumer, also the result will be negative. So we want to be profitable, but we want to attain the planned objectives. We are mostly focused on the Bulgarian market on a regional basis. We are offering fresh products to the market. This is a real product which is maximum beneficial to the human health for young and older people. So we have been sharing our mission. We continue to produce these products. I think that this sustainability level that we have reached will be retained for the future as well. We would like to congratulate you for what you are doing because many of the products recognize you by the products, by what they have heard about you. You have been opening the doors for your activities. Talking about sustainability, this is an important focus. And when we are talking about sustainability, they think most of all as economic sustainability. Could you be financially viable when you're putting efforts into environmental protection? But I would like also to address some of the questions to Petju. And afterwards, we will talk about innovations. Tell me what you are doing. Thank you for the invitation. What are we doing? We are trying to survive. In the most fertile part of Bulgaria, in Dobruja, and dealing with a little bit different type of agriculture. We have ended up having soils that are not that fertile that they used to be in the beginning. If we have regenerative farming, 10,000 acres, this is our scope of action. We are trying to follow the sustainable models for development of this type of agricultural activity. I think that we are doing well. We are recovering the soils, remediating the soils, and we are trying to offer a clean raw material. Where was the beginning? When you did start to look for this type of information, one of the biggest challenges is the lack of information. So, going for one or another technology based on information is a good thing, but this information have to be sufficient. So also you need technology, equipment, whom you depended on, relied on. It is difficult to change the mindset. The Bulgarian farmers are strong-minded. They follow their own principles. What made me follow this path of development? I was trying to look forward to have this insight because according to me, the way we were dealing with agriculture in Bulgaria was not the most efficient manner of doing that. And also having in mind the financial status of the agricultural producers, looking at alternative methods for doing that, you try to collect sufficient information. And the problem was that we didn't have sufficient access to information in Bulgaria with regard to what we intended to do. So we wanted to see what other more advanced countries are doing and to try to exchange as much information with peers as possible. And step by step, slowly, we managed to reach this stage of development. It was not a fast development. But we have proved to be relatively well doing compared to other colleagues, and we have a managed ecosystem in the field of agriculture. We are talking about use of fertilizers and plant protection preparations. We do not fully reject the use of them all, but we wanted, and we have done that, we have wanted to decrease the quantities that are used for farming purposes. We are going to talk during the next panel about the following. Do we have sufficient information of what is taking place within the farms? Sometimes people look at each other, farmers look at each other, for example, what the neighbors are doing. I would like to address this issue to Albina because they are offering a product to the market. When was the point of time when you decided to focus on sustainability? Because one of your building is built from waste materials, so leftovers from the construction works. We started 13 years ago with a small farm, and we set it up for our own purposes. Because we like what we do it for us according to our taste. We started with this big wish to come up with a product that is having that is of good value, and I would like to offer to the people food that I would eat and I like. This is my viewpoint. So the quality of this food that we started to produce for our own purposes, and afterwards we started to put on the market. This is a product that has been initially designed in view of the protection of the environment and also in view of the protection of the traditions in the food production. I think that we will not end up with the presently offered products. We will be developing new products, but following the same principles. So products that we consume and we believe is useful for the human health, this is the product that we will offer to the market. We have renovated an old farm. And we not only cleaned the territory, the area, but we renovated the buildings that were erected on this territory. So we have reused them after refurbishment, and if anybody would be interested in what we are doing, he or she can come and pay us a visit. But we are producing in the following manner. We follow the following principle, that the resources could be reused, reutilized. So all organic waste would go to composting. All waste materials that could be reused in one way or another, this is what we do. There are centers for collecting non-organic matter. So we are encouraging the clients to bring the leftovers, so the waste after the use to us, so that we can reuse it. This is a mission that we share, and we are quite pleased to see that there are other farmers and producers that are trying to follow the same principles, and this is our real success. This is our real achievement. I hope that these small things that we are doing will microscopic, small sized farmers. We cannot provide food to the whole of Bulgaria, but we can be a visionary, showing small practices, small steps that could be undertaken. And this is what we want to convey as a message to the others, that they can follow our example, they can share our principles. We are doing this with our product. I recommend our products. I'm an honest producer and farmer, and this is all about what we are doing.
I'll make a step back. We started talking about regenerative farming, but probably not everybody knows what this is about. Can you tell us in greater detail what we can do in terms of health? In Europe and in Bulgaria, a lot of the soils have been eroded over fertilized because of certain practices that have been used for years. We have to measure what happens with the soil and then take decisions. But there are many examples where this is not done. Can you tell us in greater detail so that we can understand what this is better? Regenerative farming has certain rules. We don't throw away waste. The bio farming is very important for us. This is what we use as our basis. No processing, no tillage of we're just of the fields. We're just sowing, harvesting, and we have companies that help us fly, which is very important in terms of compacting of the foil, because if we go across on the land, this creates cultures. This creates problems if you walk on foot. So the point is that we have live roots as long as possible throughout the year. We, of course, decide on what to sow. We take into account the climatic conditions. We terminate and then plant the same crop. And this is the way in which we regenerate the soil. We will use microorganisms, bacteria, fungi. In this way, we reach success. How do you judge or decide what to choose? Probably there is error, trial and error, or maybe you take the opinion of others regarding what? Like crops, microorganisms. Actually, there is a lot of information, a lot of experience has been accumulated internationally. Yes, trial and error is there, but we have done with the errors. We have seen what works and what doesn't work. There is an explanation for everything. Every crop has certain location in our fields. We sow plants that provide us with what we need. So when something works, we don't change it. We may fine-tune it, though, because otherwise matters may go worse. But this is in general about these surface crops. We need labs also for testing what is offered in the market in terms of microorganisms, what is their operation, their action, because there is speculation, speculative aspects in the market, and if colleagues do not reach good results, this is negated and this breaks the whole system. This awareness is probably the best way towards success. What I'm excited about is the following. When you perform these practices, probably not everybody understands you. When I started talking about regenerative farming, everybody understands it in a different way. But in the long run, when we are talking about soil health, these are certain practices that seek to retain the carbon and to make the soil healthier. We also retain the wetness. We're talking about grain production without fertilizers. Isn't this a challenge? Oh, it is quite a lot of a challenge. So we retain carbon, then the dampness, we improve the structure of the soil, and we improve the yields. In this way, we reduce the need for fertilizers. We have not stopped using them fully, but they are reduced considerably. So besides fertilizers, we improve the humus, the fertility of the soil, and we get very good results. And truth is the good soil. If we manage to achieve good soil, everything is good. What does Bulgarian farming need? This type of farming, regenerative farming. So more people should know about this. We are helping people who are interested. They can approach me. You are quite active. People can find you in the social media too. Yes, I advise people, colleagues, particularly those that are close to me. I am aware of the region. I know what type of soils we use. We're trying to proliferate it, but that my desire comes from understanding this type of farming, but also I can say that the conventional farming is on the verge of survival. In the past 3 years, can you hear me well? In the past 3 years, we have encountered quite a few challenges in the sector. So when we are talking about sustainability, resilience, this may seem not serious enough for the farmers, but we should, because of the period we live in, new approaches for marketing should be used. And for me, it's very important to be able to measure first. I have one last question, which concerns the following. We saw quite a few entrepreneurs, companies, researchers. I would like to know what is needed in terms of innovations that would solve problems from the perspective of farmers. I know how difficult it is to market farm products. This is very difficult, and we reach them quite different. You said that we have had three challenging words. I hope that the next three are not worse than the past ones. Otherwise, we do need all kinds of innovations and support, because if we talk about farming, livestock breeding, plant growing, a farmer is always an endangered species, and it is going extinct in Bulgaria. We are, whether if we are on the verge of existence, we may become extinct tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. So we have seen here very interesting ideas. Bulgaria can become an interesting hub of innovations. I know that there are very interesting solutions in China. I hope that we will have them here too. We should have drones and other things that fly, like cows, for example. Otherwise, the energy situation is quite unstable today. Probably there is also shortage of certain services that are accessible on a global scale. We don't have this in Bulgaria. We have serious problems with the young generation that's not joined this sector. They are not dealing now with farming, but high tech. But I hope that Bulgaria will manage to retain its traditional livestock breeding and plant growing, so that our children and our grandchildren have access to the products, the organic products that we and our parents and grandparents ate. So if it is possible for us to have these innovations, to attract new people, to create an interest in them, if Bulgaria can go to a higher level, and Bulgaria can become well known not only in Japan but also in other countries. So we are always flexible. I'm looking for new products. We are testing them. So I do hope that we should no longer be on the verge of existence. You should become more sustainable, and everybody can help according to their abilities. We should not rely on imports only. Thank you. I remember that a year ago we talked about how difficult it is to supply sustainable products, like investing in a glass jar, for example. So we need organic products, also products that are more beneficial for the soil. We need an analysis to trace what is happening from the farm to the fork. There is something that I like very much. There is a new trend. Good food is new taste. People are not bragging that they have new clothes, but they're bragging that they are using good food. So there is a need for this product. We're working in the right direction. So there is something that is lacking in the Bulgarian farming, that the tracing of the Bulgarian products is important. So if we say made in Bulgaria, there should be 100% made in Bulgaria. So such an innovation for tracing is would be very welcome. We're talking about meat, vegetables, and milk, dairy products. This is in great demand now. We have been supplying dairy products, and I can say that the demand is much higher than the supply. This is a niche, not only in Sofia, but also in other cities. There is space for several more big producers of true food, genuine food in Bulgaria. But you have the floor now to close this panel. Just tell us a few words, and then we will have a next panel. Then we will talk about organic.
What would you like to hear as a conclusion? Talking about agriculture, grain production, the innovations should be related to the current problems, reducing the energy consumption that we need for our production. If we could reduce this consumption of electricity, it would be a very nice outcome. Also, workforce. The problem related to the workforce, we have insufficient workers. We are forced to replace them with machinery. Also, everything that is related to the reduction of the direct production costs, operational costs. I'm talking about the plant protection preparations and the fertilizers that should be used. Talking about economic viability and sustainability of the farms in general. Thank you for your participation. I would like to wish everybody the next 3-year period to be more successful, more fruitful. Now we have gone as far as the last panel on the agenda. The so-called carbon farming related panel and soil health issue. We are going to establish online communication with Elizabeth in a while, but while we are waiting to do that, I would like to invite Ljubomir Spasov and Marta Paunova, hoping that Elizabeth Lunik will join us in a minute. We will wait for Elizabeth, but maybe for the sake of saving time, we could start without her participation, and whenever, at the earliest possible moment, she will be able to join us. Take your seats. I don't know where is Ljubomir Spasov. He has disappeared. Here he is. Welcome. We are waiting for you in the room. Now I would like to introduce our guests, Ljubomir Spasov, founder of Green Diligence, a company located in Holland, in the Netherlands, and measuring what is happening in a smaller or bigger company in the agro-food sector. Then Marta Paunova is quite experienced with regard to the assessment processes in the agro-food sector. And Mr. Koev, Boris Koev, co-founder of Agrovar, they have extremely important role related to the right determination of the practices for the crop production, as well as measuring the outcomes of the processes that are taking place in the soils the so-called soil health-related indicators. Good evening to everybody. I'm so happy to be in Bulgaria and to hear to my name being spoken. I'm going to talk to you about different problems related to the carbon farming and what do we do with regard to the carbon accounting. Actually, all greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide. First of all, I would like to start with the question why. And also I'm going to talk about this figure that you see, 22%. These are all emissions, the total emissions from agriculture, from food processing, from land use, from forests, as a percentage of the annual net anthropogenic GHG emissions worldwide. If we add the supply chain in the agri-food sector, we can end up having a figure equal to 1/3. The agriculture is playing an important role with regard to the GHG emissions. When we are talking about the calculation of the emissions, we are following the GHG protocol. And I would like to ask you, who has heard about the GHG protocol? I'm not going to examine you what you know and what you do not know, but briefly speaking, this is a methodology that is applied to the companies. It divides the emissions into 3 scopes. Indirect emissions from the use of energy along the whole supply chain. Almost everything is included there along the chain. And there is a golden standard with regard to this protocol. The focus has been on the industrial sources of greenhouse gases so far. And there is a way to calculate, to account for these emissions and to measure the carbon footprint. But when we are talking about biological sources, then things become more complex, more complicated. We are talking in general about the carbon stocks, the carbon basins on the surface, underground, and the carbon that is being retrieved from the very beginning, then is absorbed later on. We are talking about this cyclic movement. Also, when practices are being implemented, the balance usually is achieved several years from the very beginning or several decades from the starting point. And if you are trying to change one or another gas, then maybe this will provoke the origination of another gas at another point of the chain. This complexity has been covered by the new standards related to the land use issues. As a result of a 5-year of hard work on the part of researchers, they have managed to come up with this document. And certain categories are included in this new protocol. We are talking about the land use impact, the emissions related to that, and also related to the products themselves. I'm going to talk about the key categories under the new protocol. And here we are talking about a natural ecosystem. For example, forest, if it has been harvested and then this area is using for grazeland, for pastures or for other cultivation land cultivation works, then you can see what happens with the emissions. Also, a very interesting concept is being launched for the leakage of carbon. Here we are talking about activities where if, for example, you have been growing a lot of food crops related to food production, and if you have discontinued this activity, there is a risk somewhere else to have deforestation in order to come up with the same quantity as before the retrieval or the stepping back. And this is something that we have to account for. When we are talking about production, the practices themselves are included. The practices used by the farmers. Talking about over-tillage, overgrazing, and this exhausts, reduces the carbon reservoir, and this could be accounted for within the framework of several years. And keymost category is related to the emissions that originate from the production itself. You can see this on the landscape. It is related to, biomass burning, enteric emissions, and so on. Also, you can see the methane, which is coming from the areas where we cultivate rice or from the peatlands. Also, you can see what is the percentage attributed to that. And in order to complete the picture, we have to say something about the so-called biogenic product, CO2 emissions. Also, there is a principle related to the reversals of land management CO2 removals. For example, events related to the to the carbon sequestration, but due to one or another reason, this carbon quantity is released again in the atmosphere. So this should be traced along the supply chain, and this traceability is very important. For example, if you are buying soya from Brazil, you have to say whether you have a direct contact with the producers of this soya. If you do not have, you have to use statistical measurement units in order to have a higher level of traceability and higher potential for making a good decision. And this helps the coming up with the complete ecosystem of the land carbon. Especially important is this for companies that are implementing these practices. There is a complete methodology for tracing the carbon emissions, and you can quite clearly and precisely assess the impact as a result of these carbon emissions, and you can compare yourselves with your peers, with other companies in the same sector. Here is the end of my presentation. I hope that I have made myself clear.
If you have any questions, feel free to ask them. This is our last panel. It can be more interactive. What's key to me, when this protocol has been released, I can see in international news that it is an important item. A lot of work has been put into it. So a farmer can have a more clear assessment. Is it a methodology that is globally accepted or something else? Both of these. Until recently, there was no methodology at all. And in farming and land, people were inventing their methodology. They were following certain models. I'm also guilty in this respect, but now this is the methodology that will be used all over the world. Let me point out that it will become effective next year. It is brand new. The technical guidance is not yet released. So these are just the general categories. Exactly how this will happen, we will learn this next month. Are participants eligible to asking questions? Yes, of course, they can ask questions. I was wondering, I was thinking that you could best tell us what this is about. So ask your questions and then I'll ask questions of you. Changing practices regarding land use, management of herds, are they taken into account in the methodology when you calculate as an end result the emissions of a farm, be it livestock breeding or plant growing? Yes, indeed, this is the category regarding the practices applied by a farm, respectively grazing. There can be overgrazing, then there is a reduction, but it can be grazing, which is adequate. Petu is a better expert in this respect. The point is that the protocol is very exhaustive, but there are practices which have a reverse effect on the carbon to requesterize it rather than losing it as negative emissions. So this is actually the point we're calculating in both directions, not only the negative one. The presentation contained only negative aspects, and that's what I come to realize now. But the opposite is also possible. That is, you can help how the practices, you can show how the practices help the environment. Carbon, per se, is not the only target. To me, it is a proxy for the health condition of the ecosystems and the soil. Because if we have a big carbon stock, then the nitrogen and phosphorus will also be of greater quantities. So this is taking just one unit of measure, but this is not the most important one because it entails quite a few other measuring units, because the problems are complex and they should be seen holistically. I'll be glad to continue with more questions, but let's now try to get in contact with Elizabeth.
Beth, do you hear me well?
Ooh.
Yes, but
yes, can you hear me?
Okay. Hi. Elizabeth Lunik, she's a senior agriculture sustainability researcher for food and agribusiness at Rabo Research. I don't know if you know what Rabo Research is, but Rabobank for sure. So it's a pleasure to have you here and with us. We started the topic already. We just warmed up, and it's your turn to tell us more about your thoughts on carbon farming and what you think.
Great. Yeah, good evening. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. I would love to be there. I love to visit Bulgaria. But I'm actually calling from you from London to just give a couple 10 minutes or so idea about how an agricultural bank like Rabobank is looking at this topic, how we are trying to finance it and work with others in the agri-food chain to finance it, and some sort of ideas that might be interesting for the group there. So briefly about Rabobank. We are a global cooperative.
Кратко за Rabobank. Ние сме корпоративна банка, която действа
In many countries, but we are a Dutch bank. Our headquarters is in the Netherlands, about 125 years old. That started as a farmer cooperative bank, farmers lending to one another. Now our portfolio is about half food and agri, as well as mortgages, commercial and residential real estate, energy transition, high tech and digital, but agriculture remains about half of our assets. We are based we finance farmers in some regions, in the Netherlands, in North America, Canada, Mexico, in South America, Brazil, Argentina, Chile, Peru, Ecuador, in Asia Pacific, Australia, New Zealand, a little bit in Southeast Asia. A little bit in Southeast Asia. But in other regions, we finance, yes?
Just one question. Can you reshare your presentation? Because we are seeing only the first page of the file.
You cannot see my second slide?
That's why I would like to see again the resharing option. Yeah?
Okay, one moment.
Let's try.
Sharing. Now do you see my screen?
Yeah.
Do you see the second slide?
Yeah. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, so we finance farmers directly with operating loans in some countries, but in most countries we cannot finance farmers, we finance then the food chain. So food processors, food retailers, upstream input companies, transport companies, machinery companies. So as I said, we have a global presence, and half of our portfolio is in food and agri. We have been working, I think, on the topic of, because food and agri is exposed to climate and it utilizes nature, right? It depends a lot on nature. I think very early on, we had to come up with sort of what is our strategy to help our clients transition. I talk mostly about the food and agriculture portfolio. And so we also, our sort of plan of looking at this is climate, nature, and people. Those are three pillars that we work around and we organize programs around. And we also try to connect financing solutions to these three pillars: climate, nature, and people. And we think there are kind of three ways we can help our customers. So like in the financing terms, helping them by financing more low energy, renewable energy, or low impact businesses at the system. So that's things like being involved in the World Business Council, being involved in different supply chain and sector initiatives like the Global Roundtable of Sustainable Soybean or Sustainable Beef. So we are present in those sort of organizations as a financing perspective. And then our portfolio, like how do we decide what clients do we finance tomorrow and which ones maybe we might not finance? In general, I think Rabobank prefers not to stop financing, especially farmers, but instead to help the farmers to transition. So that's briefly. And then this slide, I think it's more interesting for the group here. What does a bank do to try to finance the agricultural transition? So I want to give some examples here. So as I said, in general, we give operating loans to farmers. And there are some ways that we can also give sort of interest rate discounts, so cheaper financing to some farmers who kind of show us that they're making the transition, they're doing different practices, and we use I highlight here two sort of tools in which we collect practice data from our farmer clients. And then we can, in some geographies, in some sectors, we can give them an interest rate discount. So two tools that we developed together with universities, with other industry partners are the biodiversity monitor. This is a tool used, the name is kind of incorrect name because it's not just biodiversity, it's also nature and climate and people. So we are kind of measuring farm level practices. And then with this score that's calculated, we can give a discount, interest rate discount to front runner clients right now in the dairy sector. So right now, this tool is available only for the Netherlands and the Dutch and arable farming. But we are under discussions to scale up this biodiversity monitor tool. So to other regions. Another thing that we are doing is collecting kind of the climate footprint, the carbon footprint, using primary data from our rural clients. And we are not yet giving clients an interest rate discount for having a lower footprint, but we are first in the process of trying to incentivize them, because before farmers, they are not estimating their on-farm emissions unless their off-taker is asking them or doing it for them. So it's also very new for them. They need to get used to this sort of data. Also, what does this data mean for them? Does it give them new marketing opportunities? So in the greenhouse gas calculator, we are not yet sort of incentivizing clients for their lower impact or lower climate footprint, but we are more in the process of building awareness for ourselves, for our farmer clients, helping them, can they find new marketing opportunities with this sort of information about their business? So that's one thing I want to mention. The other one I think is interesting for this group is value chain regenerative agricultural programs. If you check Rabobank website, you can find out some of our programs that are mostly in the potato and dairy space. That is also where geographically we have a lot of exposure. And those subsectors are also interested to build practice-based, farmer-based programs where farmers can choose from a list of different programs, a list of different practices around water efficiency, around input use efficiency, around tillage, around crop rotation, around cover crops. So that's more on like the potato side. Dairy is different. And then the off-taker pays for products that show a better improved score on this regenerative score. And then we, on top of that, give an interest rate discount. I think a big learning we've learned is that there must be interest from the supply chain. Like a bank itself or even one company cannot do this alone. But that doesn't mean, so in one companies work together, companies may be also local governments, water boards, off-takers, upstream off-takers. So not just the food processor, not just the miller or the animal feed company or the brewing company, but also the upstream companies, then the retailer. So getting more segments involved, paying for some of the costs, but other things also need to fall into place. So willingness to commit to this program and commit to starting small and growing the program, like starting with a small group of interested farmers, finding the right benchmark and tools. How will you define what is regenerative? I think that's very important to define early a benchmark. Does it align with governments in the future? If those farmers participate and the government also has another program where farmers can be eligible for government payments, making sure that private program also aligns with maybe a government program or different industry best practices is very important, and sort of making it gradual, not expecting big changes from farmers. So sometimes in the beginning, we see that we're kind of rewarding farmers for what they already do. And Sometimes that's okay because it also sends a signal that you're committing, you're collecting better data, you're looking for other people in the supply chain to get involved. But yeah, so I think starting small, and we have several of these programs with some of our wholesale clients, and in some cases we have rural clients. We finance rural clients that are involved in these programs. So we can give an interest rate discount to the farmer client, and we can support the wholesale clients, say a potato processor, with also building up this regenerative program, helping them find a benchmark, helping them with their MRV system, helping bring other parties to the table. So I think this is something very much we're at the beginning of. As a bank, we don't yet have this kind of dream to finance all practices that farmers do. We are still far away from that. We are kind of having these pilots in the process of collecting data, being able to also then show if a bank is going to give interest rate discounts, better to give it to places that have a good impact reward. So that's why I think data and tooling, it doesn't need to be perfect, but having some basis for why you reward certain clients or give an interest rate discount or help give them data back to them, it's important that that's based in some sort of data tool or measurement. And then there are a couple other programs that we have at Rabobank. I won't talk too much because I think they're not necessarily applicable to the audience, but it's about what about this other percent of the global agriculture that we don't finance, like farmers that fall outside of our risk appetite, smallholder systems, farmers in certain geographies that have a lot of country risk. How do we also touch these other farmers? We have a group called Rabo Foundations that's more philanthropic, that works with small-scale farmers, sometimes with loans, network, tech solutions. We have Rabo Partnerships, which is blended finance. I think that's a very, very interesting space. Basically, creating non-traditional financing terms that give farmers longer payment periods, but give them more gradual repayment terms. So giving them more space to pay back their loan. That's a sort of blended finance opportunity that we have. It's really a growing space, but that also requires some other bank, like an international bank, to take that first loss risk. So it also requires other sort of financial institutions other than commercial banks to be part of that blended finance. We have, I think, work in Acorn, where we are also trying to create carbon credits for smallholder farmers. I think that's something that could also be interesting in Eastern Europe. And then we have the Rabo Carbon Bank, and they are helping buyers of voluntary carbon credits to kind of buy high quality carbon credits. So we have colleagues that source high quality carbon credit projects, nature-based, and then help the buyers to find those high quality carbon credit projects. So I hope that gives some ideas about what we are doing. I think for a bank to transition, our clients must also transition, but we need to figure out how to use our financing, our networks, our knowledge, and in our innovation to help them, because they cannot do it alone, but at the same time, financing is only a small part of how a farmer makes a decision, right? There's local governments, there's local policies, there's global markets, there's off-taker requirements that are in some cases even stronger in a farmer's decision, whether they sort of change practices or change rotation or the different crops, or change the way they've done things for many years, that a bank alone cannot sort of ask this of farmers or provide an incentive large enough by themselves. So I hope to give you some small ideas. If you want to know more about the sort of knowledge, the team I am in, Rabo Research, we have a website where you can see some knowledge. We also have nice podcasts in English, in Dutch, in Portuguese, in Spanish, not in Bulgarian. but you're welcome. Those are free. Rabo Research podcasts are free for everyone, clients and non-clients, to download and learn about the trends in the agricultural sectors.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Elizabeth. You're doing a lot, and I hope that all of the commercial banks will also see what you're doing, because we need this tight connection with the financial institutions for what is going on the field and in terms of biodiversity, in terms of assessment. So I would open the floor if you have some question with Elizabeth. No? Someone? From our participants? No.
Maybe I can take the initiative for questions. I'm interested in the.
If you wish to represent yourself, because she doesn't know who you are.
Hey, Elizabeth. My name is Boris. I'm co-founder of Agrovar. I'm a co-participant with you, and asking questions all the time. I'm interested in the Rabo Carbon Bank. Do you do financing on certain programs or organizations, programs under some organizations like Vera or Gold Standard, or you do something separately? Thank you.
So I am not in the Rabo Carbon Bank, but today I am with them here in London at an event. We started the Rabo Carbon Bank as a separate entity outside of the main Rabo Bank about 5 years ago. And we have tried many different sort of business models, searching for business models. And the one we finally are at now is to be a kind of carbon project broker and connector. In the case of smallholder agroforestry, we designed our own methodology together with Vera or pardon my memory, but with another carbon methodology developer. So we try to work together with who is kind of best in class. So for smallholder agroforestry, there was not an appropriate methodology to quantify smallholder agroforestry systems. But now we are less on the methodology side and more like we have wholesale clients that want to buy high quality nature-based carbon credits in different geographies that have certain kind of benefits, co-benefits. In some cases, it's for insetting. So it's like they want to quantify reductions in their supply chain. They're a coffee company and they want to account for reductions inside. And sometimes they're a Microsoft and they want to buy carbon offsets in the agricultural sector or in the land sector and use them for additional, not to meet their SBTI targets, but additional efforts. So I think, so we try to match if our clients are participating in programs or they're interested to participate, our farmers, they say, I want to plant trees. The dairy farmers in New Zealand, they say, we are convinced it makes the carbon price is good. I think it's a good opportunity for me. We match our farmers to a project developer in the region who helps them to develop a carbon project that is interesting for the farmer, that they make money on this project. And then we match a buyer from our corporate clients, our wholesale clients who want to buy a carbon credit in New Zealand. So we play that kind of broker. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yes, thank you. Yeah. I'm asking because we are developing a carbon program in Bulgaria under Vera VM0042.
0041.
Pardon?
Which methodology? Apologies.
VM0042. 42.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you very much. Because we are speaking from one side to carbon farming and the other for soil health, and everything is so connected. I'm going to ask Marta, because she's also in the assessment side, what is not only the benefit, but what is the connection? Everything is connected. We mentioned that in the previous panel. Speaking about the ecosystem and the land, not dividing only the soil health, but also everything that is related to it. So my question is related to that. I'm giving the floor to you on what is the more broad perspective for these assessments. In English or Bulgarian, doesn't matter. Sorry, I just continued.
Yeah, I'm gonna go in Bulgarian because everyone here, well, not everyone, but mostly, but yeah. Thank you so much for your information. Probably I'll be in touch with you soon. So yeah. Да, мерси. Аз всъщност...
In fact, I'd like to start by thanking Lubo, who showed how the talk on emissions in farming is expanding to a bigger picture, which is on the interaction of ecosystems and the significance of the spatial context. Because often when we talk about land, we present it as something static, something that is there for us to use. But the tools of science show something else. You can see in this video how a group of satellites show the Earth from outer space as if it has a rhythm. What I'm showing here are fields, pastures, wetlands, arable land in general, which seems as if it is breathing now, because they are greening and fading on a seasonal basis. This group of satellites shows the link between the vegetation and the carbon aspect, carbon releasing aspect. The video is quite nice, but it is a good reminder. It is not just spatial poetry. It reminds us that we work in a life system which feeds all the sectors through its services, regardless of whether it is water retention, air cleaning, soil, food. All these are ecosystem services. So when we talk about assessing this, we are talking about the landscapes that support business and the economy functional. We are talking whether they are healthy, whether they are under pressure or under stress, and whether they have the capacity to continue providing food for us and feed for the industry. So there are two major tools for instruments. They are internationally recognized. One is life cycle assessment, and the other one is natural capital accounting. So I start with the LCA, life cycle assessment. It is a standardized method of measuring the potential, the impact on the environment, on a product or organization all over their life cycle. That is extracting raw materials up to the end of their life cycle. It is used mostly to identify the so-called hotspots. It is used to compare products, and it is used for us to substantiate our environmental statements. You know that the framework for green statements is tightening. We have several directives, including the one of empowering the users of the green transition, and it will become effective in September this year. The European Commission already has several specific framework, so CA-based methods. We also have a standard, ISO standard from 2012, which is operational in the market for the same purpose. There is nuance here. There are small businesses. The full LCA can be very hard for a small business or a small farm, because it requires a lot of knowledge, data, and instruments to be properly complied with. It itself does not provide sufficient information for better solutions in management. It provides information regarding impact. And natural capital accounting steps in here. This is also a standardized approach on an international level. It helps accounting in a structured way. Nature as a base of assets like soil, water, so on. The purpose is to apply the accounting logic to economic accounts in a business, so that nature can be introduced in the processes and solutions. It should not be just a side effect. So regarding these two tools, these two instruments, actually the question is not which of these tools is better, but which instrument or which tool serves which solution. For example, if we are looking for comparison of products, better market language, or substantiation of environmental statements, then LCA is important. If you're seeking to manage a company or a business or a farm in a sustainable way, you should know what natural assets you have, what eco systems are there near you, what eco services you can use, what your farm depends on, and what pressure you make over time. Then the natural capital accounting gives you much more direct value. So my thesis as a researcher and scholar is that both assessments are right, but at the right moment and the right scale. So first we have to come to know the live ecosystem around us so that it can serve us and we can support it. And when the need comes for opening new markets, comparing products, then we include the LCA as well. Because we are indeed working in a life system and we need to know it very well. And if from outer space you can see the rhythm of Earth, probably our task here is to learn to measure it and use it in such a way as to respond before the lacks or the deficiency appear, before it becomes the new normal. Great. I am convinced in your expertise in making such assessments because you have great experience. But I'd like us to put an end to our panel with a question to Luis. To Elise. Farmers listen about LCA and all that. There are new. These are new. New terms for them, but when we're talking about sustainability, what does this imply for the farmers?
I would like to say that Marta has been quite inspiring during the delivery of her presentation. There are many opportunities that are disclosed, but we have in mind the people that need to implement them and to make use of them. Regulations are needed as well as legislation. And this is perceived as imposition of pressure. And those that think that they are pressurized, they react. I like the phrase ecosystem services. So, in other words, we have to find a way how to transfer these regulations and requirements into specific the solutions that are related to the nature requirements. That's why we call them ecosystem services. The carbon cycle has not been created by man. It has ever existed. Talking about the carbon cycle in industry or the carbon cycle in agriculture, we are going to talk about the carbon in the agriculture. The problems that are created by the imbalance, they lead to the following. Everybody knows that the agriculture is important. We rely on agriculture to exist, but it is also business related. And here we need to abide by the principle that the revenue should exceed the cost. This is a factory in the open, and in some countries or regions it is being subsidized in order to be able to cover the risk, but not to self-sustain based on that. When the issue will be presented to the farmers in the right manner, when the opportunities will be made clear and convincing, when they will know more about the participation in carbon-related programs, etc., this is the right way to go. We started a few years ago providing sustainable funding to farms that are implementing regenerative practices. So 3 years ago, we started this, doing this. When the regulations and this striving towards the protection of the planet is the following. The capital going to the polluters to move from there and to go to these places where the emitted carbon volume is reduced. So the capital from the polluters to move to the carbon sequesters. In the end of the day, the mechanism there is more complicated. It is related to traceability at many stages of the development. Another opportunity which is also being created, on which we are working, we have the possibility to collect multi-layer data from the farms that are participating in our programs with regard to areas cultivated, practices implemented, yield rates achieved, because based on the economic efficiency of the farms bears a close relation to these indicators, to this type of data. And there we can find the root of the misunderstanding. Using this data, we decided to create documents, develop documents that help the farmers as well as to help the advisors, the consultants. And based on that, to have a good level of scalability. It is very important to have the right perception on the part of the farmers that need to implement the processes. So coming up with this multi-layer data, we have a better understanding and a better idea of what should be done, what decisions should be taken, because the decision may vary with regard to the climate conditions. In other words, providing systemic services, lowering the costs, increasing the sustainability level. So funding is important, sustainability is important. If these two factors are not present and positively measured, then the success is doubtful. So we are talking here about capital-intensive processes, and although new agricultural holdings are popping up, they do not last long. Also, we have exiting from this sector of older farms now and then. So we also need to face this challenge as well. We hope that there will be new models and new approaches implemented, because all the assessments will be in vain if we will not be able to come up with the necessary solutions for the listed problems. I would like with this to end the discussion under this panel. We have outlined the problems, the novelties, and also I would like to say that we hope that you will be participating in the networking activity that will take place in a while. Yeah, so
Thankful for all of you that participated today, with your time, with your expertise, and I hope that in future we will have why not collaboration or pilot in Bulgaria, who knows, because we have here the ecosystem, and I'm thankful also to our participants from Agrovar, Marta, who is researcher also, and Lubo, who is the founder of Green Diligence. Thank you very much for your support here. Сега, преди да започне нетворкинга, знаете...
Prior to the networking, there are snacks separate from what is served here. Prior to the official closure, I would like to invite a person to join us who was talking about the necessary training with regard to all these problems that we have been talking about. I would like to give the floor to this lady in the very last minute, Mrs. Urmanova.
I will not keep you away from networking for long. First of all, I'd like to apologize for stepping in not in the panel which I was planned to participate in, but thank you, Maria. This is indeed the right assessment at a time when everybody was talking about subsidies, payments, and the projects and all that. So at a certain person said about digital innovation hubs, even when this was not officially declared. I was part of a consortium of European Innovation Partnership for Agriculture. Then we started talking about hubs and what their role should be, and it should be to be an intermediary between the IT companies and the farmers in an organic and easy way. So you go to one place and whatever you're interested in regarding digitalization, we can provide that information. So among the many hats I have, I'm also at the head of the European Digital Innovation Hub. It's Agriventures Rise. 2002 was the year in which we had our pilot, half finance under Digital Europe and half under the Bulgarian state through the program for research, innovation and digitalization for smart transformation. So for us to be accessible for you, it is very complex for us. Actually, I am shouldering the whole burden that farmers should bear. So several partners are together with us working in this respect. In the first project, we had the UNDO colleagues, technology, satellites, and so on. And the Maritza Institute, Research Institute, the Agricultural University also participates with the vineyard information. We have several other partners too, which are neither technological nor science. The Center for Research for Biotechnology in Plovdiv. So I recommend that you go and see what these researchers are doing, and we don't use their products. They work for us, actually, for all of you. So this first project was about us finding out what this is about. It proved that our farmers, most of them, are not aware of digital technology. They are not ready to go to trainings. They are not ready to experiment on site. And this made our task very complicated. In other countries, whenever there is such an opportunity, everybody would use it. But here we have to get convinced that it will be beneficial, whether they will be working, because we are suspicious. We say, why would they give me something free of charge? So I'm aware of this mindset of Bulgarian farmers, yet NIG are also part of this project. They help us build the whole picture of digital farming in Bulgaria. The second project, which I'd like to draw your attention to, because you can do your reading right later in our website. I'm not telling you why we did this. I summed it up. These are the partners that I mentioned. What is important is that we include here the fruit and vegetable branch chamber. And we have a new technological company that will supply robots in 3 research centers and in other normal Bulgarian farms where we test some of the digital solutions on the included they include us. We have here also the Sofia University instead of Agricultural University. And Agriventures is our new star, which I already love them as a partner. They definitely helped us even before they were part of the New Hub project. I'm very happy because they will help us with our networking and with our access to finance. I'll explain this in brief. Each hub in the European Union, there are about 200 already. Bulgaria has only one hub, our AgriFab farm hub. So we are obliged to show to our farmers and to the SMEs, even in other branches, we find a way to help them with these 4 types of services that are free of charge: test before invest, training in skills, access to financing, and innovation ecosystem. What is new in this project? We had to emphasize on AI. AI in each of the services is present. AI in training, that we will provide AI in the testing before investing, and AI in access to financing. We have prepared wonderful things in this respect. In the networking, we have AI use. Agriventures will tell us later this year what we are going to do with them. It's very important for me to mention the following. Even in our hub, even if we don't have it, we don't have what you are looking for in our hub, in our network of European hubs, we can find it. Currently, the main role of this hub is to link all stakeholders like farmers and SMEs with the AI infrastructure of the European Union. What does it include in general? These are the AI factories in Bulgaria, Sofia Tech Park, and the Insight Institute, the Sandbox, which is at the EU level, and we're already negotiating with, and everybody willing can call me to learn about this. The test and experimentation facilities. We are negotiating with the Polish now. They have 9 for agri-food. So if anybody of you decides to develop an idea which they cannot test and validate in Bulgaria in some of the demo points, we can refer them there and they can do that. There are certain small costs that they have to cover, like travel costs, for example. Otherwise, we have a budget to handle such startups or other companies that are willing to do something regarding certain product, particularly about farmers. So they're welcome. They can come and do it because all these infrastructures I told you about are based only on AI. I will not retell you all this. I have shown you the most important thing. We have been talking about financing. In the hub, we offer services, access to finance for digital solutions. We provide also consultations for farmers, advice. Like we have had a recent call. We are providing farmers who want to apply free of charge. And if there are other programs, like programs for other small and medium companies outside agricultural financial instruments that appear in Bulgaria, they can be used. We can refer people, companies there if they want to digitize their company. That's why we are having this digital maturity assessment. So we are checking before and after the test, before investor condition of the respective SME and farm. The projects should be helpful in reality. So the EIC, EIT, everything that has to do with digitization is possible. Funding tools, funds, programs, private capital, whatever it is, we are obliged to find it, and that so that it can be suitable and it can fit our clients. We are saying that our entry point is simple and free. So you come, you tell us what you need, and we are obliged to, and we really do it for you. That's from me. Thank you very much. Thank you, Svetlana.
I think that everybody feels the networking period is close enough. I would like to give the floor to Adeliana Kutsarova, and then we will just cross the area and go to the place of the networking. I would like to extend gratitude to the participants, to our sponsors, to our partners, to the interpreters that helped us with the interpretation during the event. I would like to ask you to go to Feel Better next door. It is just across this area, visible. We will have snacks, beverages. We will have innovation talks. We will continue the discussion. And just to tell you, purely logistical, those that have taken earphones, they are kindly asked to leave them outside next to the door, and take your bags with the materials inside.
Yeah, just a second to turn off